Test, hello, test, hello, hello, test. Hello, good evening. Wow, I just woke up a little bit. I don't mean from my vehicle sleep, even though it's a form of that, but not the time where you close your eyes and you lay down and you pass out, basically. But the sleep that I wasn't seeing the handwriting on the wall as it was happening, with the many events that I was partially aware of that were happening in October of this year in celestial events having to do with the sun and fireballs and the sunspots, solar prominence, and then the sunspots, a different event, and that are all being described as big and huge and unusual. Red Aurora, which, was before that it was like purple and green mostly, but recently it's been purple. Greetings, Jeff. And then fireballs, like 4 of them, that came in twos, close together in Brazil, over Brazil, and then one fireball that happened that a number of people in western states saw, that was photographed, videoed from Washington State, and then the escalation of the fires continues in California, and Colorado was added to that, and how there was a black streak of some sort on Mars. What was it described as? And then in this, on the screen here, which is coming from Sky Media Watch News. Or maybe Sky Watch Media News. Maybe that's, I forgot which way to say it. YouTube channel. Showed these 3 pictures here in a 19-minute video that I plan to play in a little bit here. So it's like, that's not all, of course. They I learned that they have found caverns in Mars, and it happens to be a rover that's on its way to Mars right now, and and then the 2 near-miss asteroids that came within the moon's orbit that I talked about in the last live stream a little bit, but I didn't talk about them enough because I was like asleep as to all these other things that were happening, partially because some of them hadn't been reported yet, or I didn't get to those YouTube videos. And Jeff says, Sawyer, are you familiar with Riley Martin? He had a show and was a guest of Howard Stern. He claims to have been abducted and made symbol drawings for sale to get aboard the mothership. 144,000 only. Yeah, that's a big... No, I haven't seen that. I'm not familiar with that. I am very familiar with Howard Stern, but this is just another gimmick put on by the space aliens. I'm not saying that he wasn't abducted. He probably was abducted. I have no doubt about that, because that was happening and still is happening potentially. And so he's taking advantage of it to make money from it, and fine, power to him, if that's what he wants to do. But it's not going to get you a relationship with the next level. I'm not saying that you think that way. I'm just talking to people in general. Regarding my response to that, he is dead now. Yeah. So then when he died, if he had a soul, then or spirit, didn't matter. He might end up continuing on with what he believes to influence other humans in that regard. And the space aliens can continue to use him as a spirit so that, he can carry on with the sale of his drawings or whatever it is, and to help continue that thinking. That it's commandeering, it's co-opting the truth about who the 144,000 number represents, which it doesn't have to be an exact number. Maybe it can be. I'm not limiting the next level by saying what it can't be, but it had to do with the 12 tribes of Israel, and I watched a pastor talking about that recently on a blog post that he made, and I must admit, when I saw his picture on the blog post, I liked what I felt from him. And I don't know if I can always count on that, of course, but I left a comment for him. But he was talking about how it didn't make sense that was an exact number referring to the 12 tribes, because the 12 tribes were broken up. And Levi wasn't even one of those tribes, yet Levi is mentioned in chapter 7 of the book of Revelation, where it talks about the sealing, the seventh seal, the seventh sealing period. That's what it's talking about. And I believe right now, and so if Levi wasn't one of those 12 was added to those 12 tribes, but wasn't one of the original 12 tribes, then you don't really know if all those numbers are meant to be 100% accurate either. And from my experience with Tiendo, that this is an experiment, the whole thing, what makes it an experiment is not knowing for sure how the humans are going to respond, how and when. And so, as a result, they know what the program is ahead of time. So that part of it's not an experiment, except for how they adjust the program in timing and in the things that they hold back, and in the ways that they hold back the lower forces from people and from areas of the world, to whatever degree that they choose to in any part of the planet. It's not restricted to humans being held back in areas, but so, like for instance, someone said to me and said that it was awful convenient that the movie Plandemic, the documentary Plandemic, that was about Judy Mikovits's experience mostly, but bringing it to show all the Agenda 21 and Agenda 201 events and other events that happened that gave indications that humans were aware that they would be that there would be pandemics. So they were aware of that because it's true that there were planned to be pandemics during the end times. Jesus talked about it as calamities and plagues. The same words are used in the Greek for some of that translation. Pestilence is the word that was used in the Gospels. And Tiendo said that we could count on the information that was provided from Jesus directly in those 4 documents. And Doe said that he felt like there were students that were taking notes, and that's why there are slightly different versions of the same story. Because there were slightly different experiences with the way different individuals heard things and thought about them. And I know that that's the truth because that happened to all of us. All of us meaning people now and the ones that were in Tiendo's classroom. They were all receiving a little bit different percentage of the truth according to their capacity and their desire to see it. Because there was only presented to us, like Tiendo said in the Beyond Human, not in Beyond Human, but in the Black Hawk tapes, that we believe we only got 50% of the picture that we were given, the new information. And so if you get 50% of that, you're doing good. So that all shows me that there's room for all kinds of degrees of interpretation. And even what you brought up, Jeff, in talking about that he claims to have been abducted and made symbol drawings for sale to get aboard the mothership. Well, it's true. There are qualifications. So he's saying for sale, meaning you got to buy it from him, right? So you got to qualify to get those drawings. So it's a facsimile. It's a facsimile of the fact that we need to work for the next level in order to get a boarding pass on the mothership. But in that circumstance, the mothership isn't a next level spacecraft. It's a space alien spacecraft or a human spacecraft, or the idea of it being on a spacecraft while you're in the spirit world, which you may be actually able to be taken by the space aliens if they have a reason to take your spirit someplace. If you've formed a bond with somebody, like this person might have been doing that you're calling Riley Martin, then you go to what you believe. That's what Doe said in the USA Today information advertisement that Doe had us paid $30,000 for the one day's ad that went into the international and the national edition that's in the Heaven's Gate book, if anybody wants to read it. There's so much information in that information advertisement. You couldn't put an editorial in there. They wouldn't take it. So the only way you could get to say what you wanted to say was to buy the space. And so it became known as an ad, even though, yes, we were advertising in a sense, but we weren't advertising for people to buy something. We provided a P.O. box that people could get more information about. And that's packed with a lot of huge points of truth that really answer a lot of questions when we compare them to the things that people are talking about in the world. that can be very confusing. It's all, but this is the Babylon of confusion. Babylon in the Greek, not in the Greek, in the Hebrew, comes from one of its primary definitions is confusion. So it's the land of confusion. And you've got the new Babylon and you got the old Babylon. You know that you got the new Babylon because although there's simultaneous relationships happening with the Babylon, and that's why the original Babylon was located in what is called Iraq, and we went to, and there is actually I think a town still called Babylon in Iraq, if I remember correctly, or actually I believe it's thought to be located underneath the sea there. That one of the seas expanded from that time. And if I remember correctly, I might got some of that wrong. So that's where I stand to be corrected on that. But it's right within that area, and maybe it was part of Iran. No, I think it was part of Iraq. But anyway, so so the fall of Babylon. It says Babylon, you have fallen. Babylon, you have fallen. It says it twice. I don't think that's accidental. I thought the first fall of Babylon was talking about the fall of the United States. But maybe saying it twice was talking about the fall of the United States and the fall of Iraq, where I thought it meant that the second fall was well, see, the second fall could also be Iraq in terms of related to Babylon being the United States, where they fell by invading Afghanistan, and then they fell by invading Iraq. And the starting of both of those falls was the fall of the coup d'etat, where the Supreme Court ruled that that the Florida Supreme Court wasn't going to recount the votes in Florida. That would have made a big difference, and actually Gore would have won the Electoral College had that happened. But and so that was like a coup d'etat but nobody talks about it that way that I've heard. I haven't heard anybody talk about it that way. But I've been talking about it like that for a long time. Because the states are supposed to be sovereign when it comes to their elections. Completely sovereign. So, but the Florida Supreme Court, I guess, could have said to the United States Supreme Court that this is a sovereign issue and we're going to recount the votes like we decided to. But they didn't, did they? They didn't do that because they didn't want to. And so they let that become a reason to overrule, and then it would have been up to the people in the government in Florida, the other judges on the Florida Supreme Court, to do what? I mean, to deny what the United States Supreme Court was saying would be like saying they want to secede from the Union, and they don't want to do that. They're all in bed together. Doesn't matter red or blue when it comes to wanting to be connected to all the money stream. That's why all these states are going along with everything that, well, the blues are saying basically to do. The lockdowns, and Trump had to go along with that. He didn't really have a choice. That's why they stopped the briefings, because he was leaking things and saying things that were contrary to what they were saying. And so they didn't want him there anymore. I know they have other reasons why they said that happened, but those are the thoughts I had, and I may be wrong about that because I didn't get it from T&O directly, so may be wrong, but that's the thoughts I had about it. And I'm always looking at these things, trying to understand what's really happening. And so I think that the next level might have helped me see that a little bit better than I would have seen otherwise. The same way that they're helping me see these events that have been happening in October in a way that I hadn't seen them before. To the degree that on the Sky Media News, they ended the broadcast with saying in big letters on the screen, "Keep looking up." And T and Do, as I can attest, I have a witness to this, not only in Carlin, and not only with Pip Odie, who I'm in touch with if I want to be. I maybe can remember this, but look up was a saying from T and Do, like a salutation kind of thing. Just look up. That's what it was. And they said that in 1975, I remember. That we were looking up to the next level, looking up to the highest source we could reach in among the stars. That's what they taught in the beginning. They didn't teach us to talk to them. We had them with us. So the way to talk to them wasn't to talk to them in our heads. It was to express it through the notes or whatever ways we had available to us. Not that it would have been wrong for somebody to think, T and Do, how should I do this? And then, that would have been perfectly natural, but they weren't telling us to do that. T told us to do that with Do, but directly through notes and talking to him when we had the opportunity. But made a commitment to Do. But Do said that we could try talking to T directly after she left her vehicle. But while she was there, we wouldn't have tried to talk to T directly because that wouldn't be going through channels. And the next level set up channels. I mean, there's the chief of chiefs, and then so there's all kinds of chief administrators of different areas of the universe where they've had projects for beyond time that we can identify as time. And T was one of them, one of those chiefs. I've arrived at that because of T and Do saying that there was a chief of chiefs, and Do saying that T was the chief administrator of the Earth. Later on, after T left her vehicle, he said that. So I'm not saying anything. I've already said the things that were my opinions. So when I'm saying things, I'm trying to back up everything I said with things that I heard T and Do say that I remember clearly that are also documented in different ways. And if people want to see the full documentation, then they're going to have to listen to all those audio tapes to see some of the things that I remember. And maybe pretty soon we'll have an option to hear the audio tapes that Do made after T left her vehicle. I've been asking the next level for help with that, on how to handle that. And I have some indications of receiving some of that help. So we'll see what happens. I don't want to say any more about it right now. I've already said too much, maybe. But well, I think what I'll say about it is that Mark may have had a change of heart about this. Mark and Sarah. If they're working together as one unit, then it would be Mark and Sarah having a change of heart about this. the webmasters of the Heaven's Gate site, who have been holding back those Doe audio tapes for years now. Okay, so as I started to say right from the beginning, that I'm going to repeat a little bit too, since there's 7 individuals concurrently viewing right now, is that so many things happened in October of this year that were huge events, and even described by humans as huge events, like the solar storm prominence that happened on October 24th in the top left of my screen, that you can see extending out from the sun, which was taken, I think, through the SOHO satellite cameras, because it's trained on the sun 24/7. This actually is something that grew out of the sun. So they've got the video footage of this actually growing out like this. This thing to the left of it, this cone-shaped thing. And then in the Skywatch Media News, they described it as looking like what was called the Doomsday Machine in Star Trek. Now, how unusual that they're relating it to Star Trek, which was, I would think, the number one television show that that Doe was attracted to. T was attracted to it too, but I don't think we watched it many times with T while T was in our vehicle. Sometimes I think we did. But we watched almost every episode of Next Generation. I'm not saying we went, I don't remember if it was everyone or not, but many of them. And Doe used a comparison of the Next Level as being a Star Trek crew that didn't have human behaviors on board. So no children, no marriages, no propagation, no girlfriends and boyfriends, no sexuality, no any of those relationships. Because what's unique about the Next Level is that they don't need any relationships with anybody else. The only relationship they need to have is with their older member. And that's the test we're all being put to right now. That's a difficult test of not having somebody else to agree with, exchange views with, that aren't finding fault with us, to work with, try to stand up for T and Doe, which the Next Level will give us if it's something that they want us to have. I know somebody that goes by the name of Kathy Southwestern wants to have that kind of a partnership relationship. And I hope she has it. But until she does, there are tasks that she can do. Because I just talked to her about this through a chat, through the message board on my Facebook account, Sawyer Heaven's Gate. And that maybe she can start an internet project, and because that is the primary way we are standing up for T and O right now, as given us the example through T and O's example, Doe's example, and crew with the Heaven's Gate website, which is talked about in Revelation chapter 14. As the angel speaking to us from the midheaven. In other words, the message is from the messengers is coming from the middle heaven, and that's the internet in the physical manifestations, the human manifestations. That's what I believe the best interpretation is, because that's coming from the Next Level members who are in the heavens but are operating in the midheaven, because their mind is being shared through the internet, through documentaries, through articles, through all different ways, and then through all the people that are doing those things that are actually working for the next level, whether they believe in the next level or not, whether they believe in TNO or not. When they design these documentaries, they are providing service, but it might not be direct. So, but the next level judges each person by their own merits. The more and more documentary writers want to actually show exactly what happened in the classroom in great detail, the more truth they're putting out, and they don't have to take so much flack then from all the people who think this is that they were evil or duped or a terrorist group, as they've been called, even, to actually be stimulating the idea of laying down one's life for God as being a positive. They're not terrorists. The humans are the terrorists. They're the ones that kill other people. At the next level, it's always 100% voluntary. Always. And the next level makes sure that a person is committed enough to it before they're allowed to do that. I know that's true when it comes to TNO. So, but all the other cults are not abiding by that. And so we see all the other manipulations. And you got Cult Awareness Network that was taken over by Scientology. The cult takes over the Cult Awareness Network so that they wouldn't be lambasted anymore. That was a good strategy. I mean, TNO weren't happy about Cult Awareness Network. There's a document that I sent to people that's part of my packets. If you send an email to SawyerHG@yahoo.com, that talks about what Doe wrote about CAN. That didn't go into the Heaven's Gate book, but was provided by Riccoti in his Right to Know website. That maybe he included in the CDs. I think he did, because I think that's where I got him from. I got to get some water. Excuse me for a second. One more minute, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. So I think I'm going to play that. Also, since that Skywatch Media News, brought up this prominence and also the picture to the right, so I labeled Sun Prominence October 28th. I think that date is wrong, though. I think it might have been the 27th because of what space weather was saying, which I think is the same thing that was happening, or it might be a different event. I'm not positive about that. There's a little confusion when I try to interpret what space weather is reporting. But it says large sunspots appear after two near-miss asteroids. And I added the rest of this, referring to the two near-miss asteroids that happened about a week ago, and the Red Aurora that was photographed over Sweden as being red. It was dim, but it came out more in the photograph that it was red. And Mars had a big dark streak, which I still haven't seen a picture of. But that was reported by, and all these things were unusual, and they were bigger than they'd seen before. Like this prominence was like, I think, the biggest they've seen. So in the bottom there was compared with the Carrington event. The Carrington event is this first one to the left, 1859. And then right after that, there was the 1872 solar superstorm. The Carrington event, you can look it up on Wikipedia. It burned some wires, even though it burnt the rubber, I guess whatever rubber was around those wires at that time. But it didn't... but communication still took place on the Morse code over the wires. But so then 1872 had another event that was like that, but didn't have wasn't comparable to the Carrington. But 1909 had one, 1921, and then big long gap until 1989. Well, Tiendo said they came in the 20s to tag their vehicles. That's when their vehicles were tagged, in the 20s. So those vehicles must have been tagged in the womb, because his vehicle was born, I think, in 1931. And T's, I think, in 1927. So 4 events leading up to that 4 might be significant because they do things in 4s. In fact, there was just, in October, there were 4, they do things in 2s and 4s, it seems like, most of the time now. And like the 2 asteroids that were near misses inside the moon's orbit. And the 4 were 4 fireballs that happened over Brazil. That happened over a period of time from October 10th to the 26th over different places. So they don't get these every day. So when something like that happens and then a long period of time passes, then it does look like 4 things happened, during that time period. Because Tiendo and the next level, they deal in time periods. They deal in events. Their timing is event driven. They don't have clocks where it tells so many hours and before they're going to do something. They I don't know, the moon goes around the sun, all that, Earth, that's, that was given to the Jews to understand as their festival time periods. Is the same thinking. It's the same evidence of the next level's way of doing things. I've been asked about different religions and whether I've studied religions going back a long time ago, and all I can say about that is that I haven't studied the ones from a real long time ago, per se, or the ones that were. I mean, I've seen a little things about Confucius and Tai Chi, the Tao, and I looked at a little bit of some of that material, and you can see some correlations with next level thinking, of course, because Tiendo said that all the religions were stimulated by the next level. In other words, there would be no way to think about the spirit world or the space aliens, the fallen angels, the mythological figures, all different forms of that mythologies, whether it's Chinese mythology or Sumerian or Indian or American Indian or Roman or Greek or Latin, or whatever it is, Babylonian, all different kinds of mythologies there are, which just means that that's the way the truth of the next level was depicted and spun and depicted both, and confused, made into confusion, so that it was just myth. It didn't have any, you couldn't relate it to reality unless you ended up seeing the latest manifestation of that coming to pass, which we are observing right now. So you can imagine that in the future, if for a new civilization that starts, if the next level allows a certain amount of the past in story form to come back to us, depending on what was left behind before some of the materials were recycled, and who knows, maybe in the computer systems that are allowed to exist in the underground bases that might be allowed to exist for a while, then you can see if people saw Star Wars and stuff, they would see, the movie in the future, they would think of that, wow, that's mythological. But they might only get it in story form because all the media might be gone. The digital media might be all erased or destroyed. The computers to read them might not be available anymore after 1,000 years. Who knows? Or how many thousand years it might be. But people could still exist because they go underground with eggs and sperm and the know-how on how to produce test tube babies and keep them alive. Just like we can grow plants hydroponically, right? We don't need soil for them if we know how to put the right elements in them, but they don't always come out exactly the same, but they're also storing seeds. There's been a seed banks for many, many, many years that are maintained with particular cold circumstances, temperatures that, and probably swapping out, so that they can keep fresh seeds there all the time. Anyway, so all those things have been happening for a long time. Okay, now where do people get the ideas of doing that? Well, it becomes like, both the next level and the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls have a potential interest in preserving the truth and reality, like the elements of the earth in the mineral kingdom and the plant kingdom with the seeds, and the animal kingdom with their embryos and their sperm and all that, and the human kingdom. All four kingdoms, four living beings, the four winds of the earth, and wind is synonymous with the word spirit. and which according to Tiendo is the word that they used was mind, and they said that spirit was synonymous with the word mind, because mind gave the most scientific description of the reality, because spirit has these religious connotations, nebulousness, right? Even though mind is also not easy to document, right? Except by writing it down, or taping somebody's talk, or putting it in some form of sign language or something. But I just saw the bottom of the chat room and it says, shit is ridiculous. Okay. That's your choice to see it that way. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about something that you're talking about and not what I'm talking about. But so I'll go back to the chat room and I'll read what else is being said. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on people, proposing new ways of having a classroom anymore. I had enough of that with the last live stream, and then I got, I kind of had to pay for it in a sense by Carlotti writing an article about it that saying that I was partially responsible for people coming up with their own ways of having a classroom. A classroom with sexuality, whether the person was honest about that or not, whether they were, which they apologized for doing towards the end of the chat, towards the end of the live stream. They were trying to make fun of Kathy Southwestern because she wants community, and she's talked about that, I think, but she doesn't want a community with sex involved in it. And I can understand that 100% from her. I think it's I don't put down anything that she's wanting in that regard, and also desiring community. So maybe the next level will provide her with a partner that doesn't want sex and wants to try to follow the behaviors and ways of Tiendo, and I hope stand up for Tiendo. But she can get ready for that by, like I said before, by, going on the internet and talking about Tiendo and standing up for Tiendo. Because when she told me when she brings it up to her family members, her vehicle's daughter who's 16, they just say that I don't want you talking about that cult anymore. They don't have the mind necessarily from Tiendo that you have. I say necessarily because you never know when somebody's gonna be gonna wake up more. They have to have experiences that help them desire to see more of the truth, and that's why the next level creates the circumstances around global warming. They're bringing the fire on the earth. Look, the sun is doing it. This solar wind. These don't happen to be Earth-facing, but they have some sunspots that were taking place that started off the new solar cycle are Earth-facing, and we should be feeling the effects of those within a day or two. I think in the beginning of November, we might feel the effects of those big sunspots that happen. They're described as being huge, many times the size of the Earth. And they were Earth-facing. And so now maybe we're going to see whether there's some truth to what some humans were saying, where they were saying that it's the solar wind that keeps the cosmic radiation from heating up the Earth. And so there is more heating than, by that theory, coming from outside the, away from the sun. The sun is so far away that it's also, it's producing solar radiation, of course. But the solar wind, I guess, keeps it, blocks out what's coming from other planets or other comets or other stars, potentially, or other systems that we can't even see necessarily. I don't know, or from, next level spacecrafts. I don't know if the next level spacecrafts actually do direct distribution of. Well, I think if I'm going to make an educated guess on how the next level does it, I would think it might be tailored to, and I might be wrong about this, tailored to the way that humans transmit packets of information through satellites by having a carrier signal. That's a higher frequency that's the frequency that carries the packets of information that are on a different frequency. When they do their transmission through their radio towers and through the satellites and beaming them off of satellites and things like that. They're like lasers. Energy beams. Now, the humans are going to try, they try to take credit and they try to produce facsimiles of everything the next level does. They don't know it's the next level. Some people do. Some people say it's God doing it. Okay, and that's the next level. That's the only real true God is the next level members that are above human. They don't have any human behaviors. They don't reproduce. They don't need to do that anymore because they can grow vehicles to full size before they're occupied by a soul that takes over that vehicle. And that's what it talks about in the book of Revelation, as that they're wearing clothes. They have raiment that they make white. They make pure. White just relates to purity as pure light. Like Jesus said that when your eye is single, your whole body is filled with light. Filled with next level mind. And so what we're striving for is making our eye single. But that doesn't mean we don't do anything else but think about the next level. But everything we do then relates to how we think about we can serve the next level and adopt their behaviors and ways that we're taught. That's what can get us on the spacecraft when they feel like we're ready to be graduated to crew membership on a spacecraft, whether that's with the older members on that same spacecraft or not. It might be with one of those 4 living beings, which was evidenced in Tiendo's classroom, possibly as being Liv Odie, Jan Odie, Log Odie, June Odie. Not necessarily in that order, necessarily. I don't know. I could try to. I don't know if I could come up with some ideas if I looked at, Daniel talked about it in Daniel's prophecies, and Jesus talked about Daniel's prophecies. So therefore, I feel like that's a link to being able to see Daniel's prophecies as having some truth in them, but not necessarily totally, because just a couple mentions by Jesus doesn't mean that everything he said was accurate, because Tiendo said that the Old Testament materials were tampered with but they didn't say what was tampered with. Just like Doe said that John didn't understand everything that he received about the book of Revelations, that became the book of Revelation. That is a bunch of different revealings in it. And so, like the 1,000 years was an example of one event that he didn't feel applied to after they left. Applied to before they came. So the 1,000 years leading up to, I guess, now. When they were locked up. Which then Revelation 12 kind of supports that by saying that they're fallen. Because of the woman. And there was no woman with Jesus. But Doe said that T was the woman in Revelation 12. He said a few things, just a handful of things, maybe a dozen things. I'm just taking a dozen off the top of my head, okay? Not trying to be prolific about, or prophetic about that, using that number. But that's, there were a number of things that, if somebody wanted to add them up in all the documents that he mentioned the book of Revelations in, and subjects that were related to the book of Revelations, that's all he said about it. But those things were huge. They were huge in terms of giving us clues to interpret a lot of other things. More than a dozen, actually. Talking about, because not only in things that T and Doe said, but things that they did, like when they took the class into the wilderness. And we literally lived in a rustic circumstance to where you were, at least 25 or 30 miles from Laramie, Wyoming, and from Cheyenne, Wyoming. And I don't know who was north of there, of any kind of sizable town. South of there wasn't much. In way north Colorado, of big cities. But anyway, so that was wilderness enough. You didn't have any facilities, so we were burying our waste, and we were going to rest areas on the interstate by the Vita which meant earthborn. We were being born. Jesus said he was coming back to spirit birth those that were with him. And those that, had made application at that time. That may not, they could have been individuals that came to the information after he left. That grew very fast. And so the next level gave them a soul and brought them back again now. Some of you all could be among any of those souls there. The 12 disciples, everybody. There's no, we don't know how that is done. I mean, we don't know that the next level couldn't have taken the souls that flunked out, that have lost their vehicles, and brought them back now to take over new vehicles. And then when they hear the information, they can say, wow, that sounds true to me. And they're still going to have to conquer whatever caused them to drop out before. We don't know that that's the case. Maybe Doe said something that indicates that that's not going to happen. But, I don't see why that couldn't be a possibility. Because all the ones that were former classmates that I know about that died, no, I don't know. I can't tie anything together with them because I don't know exactly what they thought about TNO. And there's some that are in vehicles now that don't believe in TNO, like Frank said in the Heaven's Gate podcast a number of times in a number of different ways, that still have a vehicle. Well, another way of looking at that is that he still has the capacity to break away from the influences that are keeping him blinded. Now, I'm not judging him by saying that because, that might be his biggest boogaboo, while the boogaboo of that I gave into, of giving into sensuality with myself, he might not have that problem. So neither one of us are ahead of the other, except by talking against TNO and not believing in them, he's making it. He's choosing to have a harder time, which is what TNO taught. They said that when you dropped out, you were choosing to have a more difficult lesson in order to try to regain the lost ground that you made, that you went to. And the same for me. I lost ground in that department. So if you lose ground in the department of believing that TNO was saying was wrong, that becomes more difficult, I think, but the next level can help you with it. So they can make it so that it's balanced according to your strength. So, but in general, if the next level wasn't creating a balance, and then you're telling people publicly that they're not who they said they were, then to me that sounds like what Jesus said was the only unforgivable sin of blasphemy against the truth. My OBS software just cut out and just reconnected. I don't know if that was stimulated by YouTube or not. But I'm still connected, and I'm still ticking here on YouTube. So I guess might be right. So why is blasphemy an unforgivable sin? Sin meaning missing of the mark. It doesn't mean it's not religious. It's just not reaching the goal that you set out to reach. And all of us former students did set out to reach a goal, and we stayed with it for, in some cases, a lot of years. And fully intending to, but it didn't matter. It didn't mean that we all had the same commitment. It didn't mean that we all had the same lessons to learn. We did in general, because all human lessons are similar. There's not that many really different things. There's overcoming our thinking that we're right, having a big ego and a lot of trust in our own opinion. There's overcoming finding fault with people as a habit. That's part of thinking that we're being right, I guess. Maybe that's not a different thing, but it's a different shade of it, in a sense. And there's wanting to be famous or rich, which is, I guess, part of that same one. All aspects of that. And then there's overcoming sensuality, because it's an animal characteristic, not because it's a moral issue, because next level members just don't have that behavior. And so we have to qualify for for the student, the college course, and to become a college student in the next level, to graduate into a certain amount of elementary service in the next level with a spacecraft and a next level vehicle, we have to abide by the way they live, the way they are. Because we're actually building our mind. We're building the content of our mind by what we do and don't do. And so that, because if you were in the next level and they allowed you to be in the next level while you were still attached to sensuality, and that's sensuality in all its forms, being very attached to one's family, in a way that's unhealthy for the family even, being possessive of them. We don't possess our children, our vehicle's children, because we don't have children. The mind doesn't have children. The soul doesn't have children. Well, that's not true, because the soul can grow to have children, but it would be the circumstance that Jesus grew into, and that Doe grew into as after doing the task of Adam, Enoch, Moses, Elijah, and Jesus, and partner to T as the two witnesses, and then by himself in relationship to his older member from a distance, claiming to be the second coming of the one that they were looking for, which he demonstrates in behaviors and ways and teachings and in fulfillments of prophecy galore. Throughout all the Jesus prophecies and all the things that Jesus said, you can link to things that T and Doe have said. Now, some of them I'm not going to be able to link as well as Stewart would be, because they talked about things in that first year in the campgrounds that I didn't talk about. But back to the wilderness, no, that they didn't talk about with the whole group because we weren't all together that much then. It was just different. So he got some things that I didn't get in that regard. Anyway, but I do know how to think about those things, I believe, in relationship to the way T and Doe taught. Like, for instance, that where Jesus said, the meek shall inherit the earth. And when you look up the word meek used there in the English, you see that it has to do with kindness and having that quality. And Jesus said that among you one another, you're to be peaceful and quiet. So, not quiet. Well, quiet to some degree is good too. Gentle and peace, peace loving. Jesus also said that. The peace lovers, the peace bringers. So the peace movement, again, the anti-war movement are examples of that in the human kingdom. Vehicles that had grown to see that as a way of life to promote. But you weren't going to really have peace in the world when you were in the process of graduating into the next level, because most people are going to hate what you say. Or they're going to look down on you for sounding like you're a religious evangelist, telling them, how they must live. Well, members of the next level, like Doe's not going to ever say how we must live, unless we make it plain, make it clear to him that we want to live only by the behaviors and ways that, and service, providing service for him and T, that they provided. And then it becomes a must. But still, even with that must, it becomes up to us how much to apply it. And it is difficult to apply it. And that's why I suggest everybody that wants to apply the behaviors and ways, start projects that are related to T and Do, to where you can talk about it, talk about them, and to people, to the public in some way. And the internet's a great place to start with that. And then be selective about what you do in the public, because you don't want to be stimulating people to throw rocks at you or to shoot at you. You don't want to stimulate that, I don't believe. That's not the next level way to short circuit your task by being too bold, too fast with the wrong people in the wrong place and time. I mean, maybe that was a mistake that the one individual called St. Stephen made, but getting bumped off so fast when he could have been a big service to Jesus by spreading the truth for a long time period. I don't know. Doe didn't say that about him, so maybe I'm wrong about that. I know the lower forces can say, they can stimulate people to think, oh, so you're just saying that because you want to justify not wanting to lay down your life. Well, fine. If that's the way you want to believe about me, fine. Maybe I even believe that about myself a little bit. But what difference does it make if I don't feel ready to leave, and I can be of some service to the next level? Then thinking otherwise is a negative. Why dwell on that negative? Move forward with positivity. Take a chance on a positive. Because we're all have a task. All of us. Everybody that believes in T and Do has a task. And the next level, they don't rate people as your task is you're doing a better job, or you're not doing as good of a job because you talk more, or you have more followers or subscribers on YouTube. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with your service to Do. If there's one person that you get to that ends up looking at T and Do, and you're not going to know. Even if they say it to you, you're not going to know for sure whether they, and you don't take credit for them coming to T and Do, because T and Do set up that circumstance in different ways that they have to do that. And some of them are very natural ways of having this story keep on coming into the media. And there's still more stories to come out that are in the works right now. And they may be being held back by T and Do and crew. Because I think if they wanted them to come out, they'd be out by now. Because I know some of the projects have been in the works for almost a year now. And I know a lot of the departments they got rid of people. Now, why is Boeing laying off 180,000 people? Because they're saying that there's less demand for air travel? Why is there going to be less demand for air travel when right now so OBS did another break and then start up again? Maybe because they got too much stuff in memory And so they can only save so much at a time. And they have to break off in order to save another chunk. Because I do have a lot of stuff open. That just occurred to me. I don't know if that's what the reason is, but I'm still digging here, so I'm going to keep on going. But I was talking about Boeing and how they're planning to lay off some 180,000, 130,000 people because they say there's diminished air travel. But how far in advance? So they don't need to build more airplanes? To me, that's baloney. That's baloney because, notice that because another airline just where they were requiring people to skip the middle seat in their booking of the air flights, now we're going to go back to booking the middle seats again. But now they're going to have, more requirements on people. Maybe they're going to make people wear oxygen masks. I don't know what they're going to do. Or just going to say just wear a mask. In fact, that's what they are saying in this one article that I read. That you need to wear a mask, that social distancing isn't a big problem in that circumstance, if you just wear a mask. People are going to believe whatever they're told if they already are in that program of trusting everything they're told by the authorities. The beast, the poisonous humans that don't believe in God or believe in a false God. Because there's people that are part of the beast that say they believe in God, but then they're teaching people to that if you're not earning a lot of money and giving a lot of money in charity, then you're not blessed by God. So that's a different God. That's not the next level God. And there's a lot of examples of that. The religions are not on track. Well, what Doe said about the religions was that they're the number one killers of souls. Now, I wouldn't say that to a religionist because their influences are going to be right against you right away. You don't even stand a chance of being able to help them. Now, we don't want to help them because we get something out of it. We don't get anything out of it. It's difficult. Now, I'm kind of used to it now. Okay? So it's easy for me. But you can get used to it also if you're not. And by used to it also means that, I don't just talk to everybody that can be talked to. Like sometimes I might actually go to a open mic in New York on the chance that there might be somebody that might recognize me, though I don't necessarily look forward to that because it's not necessarily a good thing to be recognized as being a member of the Heaven's Gate cult. And or that is interested in UFOs or what's all happening. That sometimes whenever I go out, usually I do have some kind of conversation about that. But I don't just blurt it out. But maybe I should, because I can actually talk while I play music. I do sometimes. I tell stories sometimes, and some of my songs do talk about the next level, in hidden ways. Because I'm trying not to lose gigs or get kicked out of the street. Now, people can say, well, yeah, you're just not doing the best job you can do standing up for Tiendo. And okay, if that's what you want to say about me, fine. That's your opinion. Okay, but you're not the judge if somebody's saying that of me. So you might be wrong. And have you considered that you might be wrong? Because if you don't consider it, then you're choosing to live within your own ignorance. Because if we ignore something, we become ignorant to what we ignore. That's why I listen to Fox News sometimes. I listen to, MSNBC and NPR and VPR. And Ground Zero just became the #1 paranormal site, according to this association of paranormal media people. And I think he deserves it. I think Clyde Lewis, or Craig Lewis, whatever his name is, I don't know why he seems to change his name. But anyway, maybe he doesn't want to be found too easily in phone books and things. I don't know what it is. But he's got a lot on the ball, according to what I feel is on the ball, and I'm not necessarily saying that I've got exclusive rights to everything being on the ball, okay? But okay, now I've gone around Jericho and back a few times there, and so I'm going to go back to the chat room. Booser, Spartacus of the Watch World, says, hey Sawyer, on a lighter note, if you could go back and focus all your practice attention towards mastering one instrument, which would it be? I'd personally pick piano. Wow. I haven't mastered the instruments I do play, so but I don't know. I don't have any desire on that score, so I don't know what to say about that. And Jeff says pipe organ. Okay, Booster says, did you guys watch the movie Alien? Well, I saw it, but I don't remember when I saw it. But I think I did see it while in the classroom. But I don't remember anything from it that was noteworthy or that Doe said anything about it. I think it came out after T left her vehicle, if I might be wrong about that. Which we ended up having more videos then, after that, than we had before. Another way that Doe actually can be seen by humans as being less strict by providing us more viewing capacity. That's what we called it, viewing. The viewing task, actually, is what it was. Because we weren't supposed to watch it as if we were a human. And what that meant was, like if we saw something in it that reminded us about something in our past, then it would have been our discipline to cut that off, to not allow our brain to continue to go there and think about that. Okay? Or if we saw something that was stimulating of sensuality, we would have had to cut it off, close our eyes, whatever, and turn our head, whatever it took but not have to leave the room, because we should be able to do that with our mind and our eyes. And, cut off our ears, I guess. We could put your hands over your ears. Nobody would have found fault. I would have been kind of embarrassed to do that, I think. I wanted to portray, I didn't consciously think this, but I kind of wanted to think that I could not give into it. But I didn't have any problems with that in terms of the past, because I didn't have strong ties to my vehicle's family. Because I had left when I was pretty young, well, 19, so, or 18, 19, around then. But, so, I mean, not as young as some, I know, but that helped me disconnect from that form of sensuality, which I had been disconnecting my whole life from, actually, by being, by lying and cheating and being a rebel and without a cause, and in my youth. Anyway, but well, I didn't cheat really, but I definitely lied to my parents all the time, and ran away from home and twice, and stole from stores cookies and things and to live on. And it was only like a week at a time. Maybe the first time was just 3 days, and the second time maybe 3 or 4 or 5 days maybe. But I spent the nights in my friend's attic. Well, I don't want to keep going with that. And smoking cigarettes, and then doing drugs, and I mean, nothing real hardcore, but acid and marijuana and hashish and were the primary things that I did. My vehicle did. Anyway, so I'll go back to the chat room. REM Sleep Chant Horror Films says, "This information is very interesting. I respect you for your beliefs." Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, hearing that. And then Booster says, is there any next level information in Scientology? Well, when I say thank you, I'm actually saying, yeah, I agree. It's very interesting. And I respect you that, you're respecting those beliefs instead of, thinking it's all full of baloney or that it's deceiving people, allowing those thoughts would be negative. You've got a positivity to you, an open-mindedness to you. Whether you end up believing in TNO or not doesn't really matter to me. I wish you would, actually, because I think you. I think it's beautiful. It's actually it's fantastic. It's beyond it's beyond belief alone. It's like it becomes a all-consuming of us, of our minds. That doesn't mean that we can't have other interests. Doesn't mean we can't have fun. Doesn't mean that we can't, any of that. There's no limits. There's no. We're all getting lessons whether we like it or not. Everybody believes in TNO or not, heard about TNO or not. We're all getting lessons, and the lessons are very, very strong. That can serve to help people wake up and start looking for the truth when they start to see signs of something not making a lot of sense. Like I thought I heard that today on Vermont Public Radio when Jane Lindholm, I may be wrong about this, Lindhorn, I think is her name, Lindholm, I think it is, Holm, was hearing a report from a science person that was saying that they were testing the feces of people that live in Vermont in the sewer systems of the cities, like Burlington, and I think it was one example, where they have a certain amount of a sewer system there. And they were testing it for RNA related to COVID to try to see if they could find COVID in it. And she started to get very quiet the more into this interview that she was in a way that I hadn't witnessed before. But then she started to ask some questions. And she said, who's funding this program? And the guy said that it was through the CARES Act, that the state was putting up the money, of Vermont was putting up the money, but they were going to be reimbursed by the CARES Act because they haven't totally distributed that money yet. And it's also, and then another question she had, and she said about it was, this can't be anything that can get to affecting people's privacy, can it? In other words, can you end up saying that so-and-so's RNA feces have RNA in them because it came from this particular house where we had this detection device, and so that they have coronavirus, someone in that family has coronavirus. And so therefore, maybe we need to send a team there to test them or isolate them. She framed it as being, could it affect someone's privacy? And the person kind of laughed about that. And he said, no. So we're only testing, the whole system, the wastewater system, where all the flushing of toilets goes to in the cities. So when she started with that line of questioning, all of a sudden I got like a light went off in my head that, hey, she's starting to question things. And I seen that before. I saw her with the vaccination debate that they had years ago when they were still allowed to have a vaccination debate. And actually, I wondered several months ago if she was opening her mind to certain things, because I just had that wondering, and then I heard her talking about vaccinations in a way that, to me, didn't open her mind about that, or no, COVID, about that didn't indicate that she was opening her mind. Now, I know I sound like I'm judging the person. I'm not, well, I guess to some degree I'm saying that at least for her public persona, which, yeah, that's why I can say that I'm not judging her by what she's saying. She's not appearing to be open-minded about certain subjects. Now, I'm not saying that, she's wrong about anything, about vaccinations or anything, because I'm not anti-vaccinations. But I'm anti looking to what we are told to believe and told is safe, and then being opposed to seeing what we're not told to look at, what we're told to not look at, by like looking to YouTube channels and DLive or whatever else. You know, the mainstream media, like Rachel Maddow, I think, talked down about YouTube people that are talking about different subjects as being like a, you know, trashy information source, when her information source is far more trashy, in my opinion, because they don't hardly talk about anything that's real. The controversies are the real talk. Whenever there's a controversy. So when that individual that was voted into the Supreme Court by the Republican majority in the Senate, and to where they were trying to nail her on how she thought about COVID and vaccinations and global warming, actually in particular, being caused by humans, according to them, she said that she didn't want to respond to that because there was a controversy. She's right, it is a controversy, but they don't want you to believe that. So they want to put out, even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has on his Children's Defense website that I follow for all his health talk, and I really value a lot of his health talk and environmental talk as well, has this article written by somebody that is saying that it's a certainty. It's a scientific certainty. Those two words really don't go together. If anybody's really a scientist, they know that they thrive on debate. When they put a paper, the real scientists are thriving on other scientists telling them how they're wrong in their hypothesis. No, in their theories. Because the hypothesis is when they all believe in the same thing. And so, and this is a recent article, and the guy was repeating that 97% believe it. And then he listed all the people that had signed on to this. He said that 70%, no, he said 70 science journalists believe that humans are causing climate change and that we need to have drastic action to reverse it. And then when you looked at the signatories, they were all journalists. But, you know, but big deal. What's a journalist? I mean, I'm not putting down journalists. It's an admirable profession. It can be. And it can be just a state pawn. You could be the state media, even if you don't think of yourself as the state media, because you're not being dictated to directly by the state, but then you have different members of the intelligence community of the state, in your newsroom, and you don't have a budget to really investigate much, and so you just say what you're told to say, and you try to say it without giving any indications that you're going against this party line. So you can give your opinions and your voice inflections to indicate that you're leaning towards Democrat, as most of the mainstream media do, or Republican, as some of the media do. I know I'm going through all different areas, but so what I started to say before about these solar prominences and the solar events that took place, which I didn't talk about the other ones that took place, which is, let me put it through my display screen. Excuse me a second here. I'm just looking at some of the things I still want to put up here. I thought there was something that... Oh, yeah, there it is. All right, that's good for that. But I don't want to lose track of the direction I was going in. So I want to bring up this, I think. Not that. Not that. This. No, this is not what I wanted. It's this one. Okay, so let me switch screens here. Which I should add this picture to this for the future, because I'm sure I'll be talking about all this a number of times here. So you might get bored of me if you're someone that's been coming to these live streams repeatedly. There it is. Okay. All right, so let me go back to this to see if it comes across to you. Oops, I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there. I guess I can't. I know what I can do. No, I'll just have to go with this the way it is. So you probably got it by now. And what I'm picturing here is from spaceweather.com. It just shows the huge sunspots. I'm going to read it. There's a new sunspot on the sun, and it's a big one. Only 2 days old. And this was written on Thursday, October 29th. Which I also wanted to read this about the CME impact. They're expecting one that's going to sideswipe the Earth on November 1st. I think that's the one I was showing before. A coronal mass ejection, they're calling it. So that... So that's the first part of this, where it talks about possible CME impact hitting the Earth on November 1st, causing minor geomagnetic storms. It says the incoming CME was not produced by giant sunspot AR2778, which is you see below. It was hurled into space on October 27th by an erupting filament of magnetism unrelated to the sunspot. Right, 27th. That's why I should update that photo that I put up on my screen there. Okay, and then it says big sunspot AR2778. There's a new spot on the sun, and it's a big one. Only 2 days old. AR2778 is already 8 times wider than the Earth, with a dozen dark cores. A dozen dark cores. Sprawling 100,000 kilometers across, and the solar surface. It is inset in this magnetic map of the sun from NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory, which I'm going to have to copy that and and make it into a picture that I put onto this OBS software for future broadcast if I still continue to do them, which I don't have any intention of stopping, but if circumstances beyond my control stop it, then as long as I'm alive, I'll continue to find like D-Live or something. Or this other play system that's starting up. IME, I think it's called. IME.media, I think is what it's, the website, which I learned about from Ground Zero. Which was spoken about by Ben Swan when they were talking about Dark Winter. I did want to talk about that tonight a little bit. The Biden brought that up in the debate, Dark Winter. And so Ground Zero did a show on it. I'm not sure where that's available, but I recommend listening to it because I think it gave some reference to where that phrase, Dark Winter, came from. But my response to that, because I didn't listen to the whole broadcast, has to do with I mean, how do you know, Joe, that we're going to have a dark winter? He was talking about COVID. And then then when Ben Swan was talking about what other people were talking about, that because they're gonna merge the two viruses, the flu virus with the COVID virus, to say that there's even more and more people are dying, and it may be the case, may be true, that more people will be dying because of it. But they still won't be telling us how to best have health in your vehicle by adhering to a fasting kind of diet, to where you get rid of the mucus that clogs up your system and your communication with your system, within your system, interferes with it. And also includes meditating on Tiando's meditations of imagining the light coming through the top of our head, through the pineal gland, and healing all the cells of your body. That light coming from the next level, coming from Tiando's mind. Right, when they say light, they're talking about mind coming into us. Because their mind also has a kind of polarity that heals the physical biology. I don't know how that exactly happens, but Tiando talked about that, and they talked about it in reverse, as that when we accept influences, negativity, things that will put us down, or using substances that can deteriorate our minds, which could include blood thinners that talk about that as a side effect of losing your mind because of the use of. But whatever it is, mind and body, that that changing our mind about things and giving our especially when we kick those influences out, those negatives. So let's say you go to a doctor, and the doctor says that because you want to have a little pimple or lump checked out on the vehicle. Let's say it's a female vehicle with a breast, or even a male vehicle that grew a breast. I guess a male vehicle has a breast, no matter what size it is. It doesn't make any difference. So I don't have to say male or female. But let's say it was a lump on a breast. And let's say you go to the doctor and you have it checked out. And the doctor says it's cancerous. And so automatically you have been programmed to think, oh gosh, I've got cancer. Does that mean I'm going to die? And so you ask the doctor, well, how bad is it? And they say, well, it's level 1 cancer. But you're still going to have to go through, and then the doctor says if you don't have it taken care of, it could grow to be level 2, 3, and 4. Okay? And so it could kill you. Well, that's not necessarily so. It can be the case, and it can be like a wake-up call. But then when the doctor says, or then when you say to the doctor, well, what should I do about it? The doctor says, well, you should immediately schedule surgery, but before the surgery, maybe you can first try chemo and or radiation treatments. That's not the first thing you should do. The first thing you should do is go get a second opinion and go to the holistic community and find out what they recommend doing with a cancer diagnosis. And some of them will tell you all different things that they have had success with. Yes, success with. But the mainstream media that support the mainstream medical community, they don't talk about that. They don't like to talk about that. They want to outlaw the people that are using vitamins. They've tried to do this over the years. They've tried to get the FDA to make it them require to have a license to prescribe vitamin C, but it didn't pass. But that's how evil and manipulating the medical authorities can be. I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm not saying all the doctors and nurses are evil. Not at all. That would be stupid to say that. A lot of them are doing the best job they can with the circumstances that they have and with the best information that they have been able to gather so far. A lot of people don't have the time to research every little thing that is told to them that might be better for their health. And they're not going to recommend things to people that are just a shot in the dark, because there's a lot of those kind of things going around too. Who do you trust? I'm not against the medical community. Some of them are performing the most humanitarian service of anybody. And Doe said that the best way we could act towards one another was in a humanitarian way. Do to others like you have them want them to do to you. That's humanitarianism. That's one of the better things about socialism. That the idea of paying taxes in order to support social services is a wonderful idea. T and Doe were certainly in favor of that idea when they talked about how this little old man lost his house and couldn't get a place to live because he couldn't afford that house anymore. And he was already retired and he didn't have enough income to afford the place that he retired to. And they didn't think that was right. I heard them talk about that in one of the audio tapes. I didn't hear that in person. I didn't remember that in person. I sort of remember it in person, but it just didn't register that much to me, to where I really clearly remember it in person. Where other things they said in person, I remember very clearly. I know the difference. Sometimes there's something in between that. It's not like all or nothing. So that part of the Democratic Party, that used to be called the Working Class Party, is gone. Because Boeing doesn't need to lay off people. But see, they want to focus more energy on not transportation for people, but on space probes and systems to live in space indefinitely. Or to live underground indefinitely. So trams that, like Elon Musk is developing with this company called the Boring Institute or Boring Company or whatever it is. Boring. It actually means boring tunnels under the earth. He's probably the number one so-called private organization that's doing that and making billions from doing it because they're building underground facilities all over the planet. That's where a lot of the money's going to, in addition to trying to have bases on Mars to try to find those anti-gravity elements that they found by backwards engineering spacecrafts that were given to them by the Next Level or through crashes or by the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls through whatever ways they gave them some spacecrafts, according to Doe, or created facsimile crashes because they always try to do the facsimile. And that's why they're using lasers. It seems like there's evidence through Dutch Since, DUTCHSINSE or CE, a YouTube channel who does a lot of examination of things that the satellites are seeing, and also recording of earthquakes and volcanoes. And he saw this like beam at one point, and I saw that video, and it was very faint, but it was very apparent. It was in California, and appeared to be going to a certain spot in California. And I just saw Peggy Hall, who has a YouTube channel that is sometimes interesting. Talk about Dutch Since, which I haven't gone to the site to see it at this point, that shows a correlation of a laser coming from a satellite photographed showing the Earth beneath it. So you just see a flash, which is the laser, and then you see the existing fires along a corridor, a certain spot in California, all of a sudden expand, get brighter, and also grow to be another one. So they might actually be stimulating fires to see if they can do that. Testing it. And they can say, well, we're doing that because we're trying to put out this bigger fire. So, so they could actually have a real reason that they're not ashamed of for doing that. But they can also have some of the people thinking, well, if we do that, and there's more fire, we can get more attention to our programs of preventing, climate change that's causing the droughts, that's causing the fires. And so we get more money to put towards whatever programs we want to put them to, even developing lasers that we can use for communication. We can use them for... They use lasers, what Peggy Hall said in her YouTube channel, on this video, which I encourage people to watch, even though you have to wade through her constant putting, numerology kind of beliefs, to where she's associating every time and every date and every amount of something, like the 6 and the 3, the 3 in the out. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's when there were 60,000 people evacuated, and so the 3 and the 6 equals 9, and every time she would see that, all these reports that she was showing, that were good reports, she was spending all this time saying, "Oh, look at together, and the 1 and the 3 and the 6 and equals the 9, and look at the 9, because she's interested in those connections. I don't think that those people that were putting all that data out there were concerned about those connections. But is it possible that there can be connections? Well, it's kind of like the way that people decipher the Bible code. They put it into numbers, and then they assign letters to different numbers, and then they associate combinations of those numbers and letters with the delivery of messages, just like that QAnon kind of thing. That's been going on for decades. They've been doing that. And then a certain amount of people that they're glued to that, and they believe that they saw something that was meaningful in that. And sure, it can be meaningful. Sure, it all can be meaningful. Okay, but how much meaningfulness? And how many other things are so much more meaningful that don't require all that gymnastics, mental gymnastics, to try to, come up with a new system, numerology, a new study. That then you can have people that are certified numerologists, or certified QAnonists, or certified Bible code anomics people, and or the Far Side Institute. I'm not saying that they're not doing things that are having validity, even them. They might actually have more validity because they're working more with the spirit world, maybe. But then again, there could be spirits that are helping people put importance, not helping, but leading people to, influencing people to put importance on those things. But those things are fine to examine. They're just part of the human kingdom. It's not like Peggy's doing something wrong by doing that. Because, see, this is a thing that some people can get confused in their heads. When the next level gives us instructions, thou shalt not kill. Okay? There's a certain amount of people that will see that and say, well, that meant not kill any animals. Because a human is an animal, right? A human is a mammal. So if they don't want you to kill human mammals, why would they justify killing mammals? Aminals. And that's not a word from T&O. And not this analogy is not from T&O either, directly. But that wasn't the intention in that instruction. It was for humans to not kill other humans. and then not have animals that in a position to where they could kill another human. So making sure that if you have I talked about this in the last live stream. I know I'm repeating myself. I do that a lot. But make sure you have a really good, strong pen for them to be in so that they don't get out and go gore somebody. And, there's a penalty to not thinking ahead about that. But the penalty will match the... Doesn't mean that, that person will die because of that. It doesn't mean that that person needs to be stoned, even though that might have been the penalty given. That doesn't mean that's what they did. Just like Doe gave us the penalty for giving in to sensuality or breaking procedures intentionally or being deceitful. And the penalty for that was dismissal from the classroom. Yet, when I broke those procedures, all of them actually, Doe told me that he didn't want to dismiss me from the classroom because he felt like I had the capacity to become a good member of the next level, and that he didn't want to throw me away. So he demonstrated that he wasn't going to follow his own design of what the grounds were for dismissal, which he has the right to do because he's the teacher. And so I think that's the way that came about. I think that was the same kind of example, that they were giving a very serious, very, very serious. They wanted people to be very, very serious about having anything to do with taking somebody else's life. So to get behind a car when you're drunk is a very serious thing to do, the wheel of a car. Even though some people can do it and drink a certain amount of alcohol and still have their wits about them and their reflexes maybe, but maybe not. But maybe they just weren't, it just didn't happen to them for various reasons. But because they gave it enough time to wear off or had some coffee or whatever it was, that allowed them to be alert again and have good responses. Well, maybe they just got lucky and didn't have a bad problem. But I know somebody that was so drunk that he actually was making a left turn against oncoming traffic on a 2-lane road, one way each direction. He turned right in front of somebody that was coming, and he had a crash, and he was not harmed that much, but people in the car died that crashed into him. And I know somebody, he told me that story in person. And he worked for me. He helped me fix my plumbing for free because I had no money, and my partner didn't have any money either. I mean, we were working together as a team at that point, and we had some major plumbing problems. And I traded him wood, trees, for some of his labor, but not nearly compared to the amount of labor he put in. Anyway, I'm just telling you that story. I'm not judging him because I don't judge him. That's between him and the Lord. I didn't try to tell them that was, right or wrong to do that. It was just a terrible circumstance. And I'm sure it weighs heavy on him. But it doesn't have to stay that way. Because those individuals that died, even though that short-circuited their experiences in life, didn't mean that they weren't advanced in their evolution towards becoming membership in the next level. Even if they're not souls, they can be advanced. I mean, even if it means that their death became a sacrifice to help people recognize that alcohol can be a killer. Or not only alcohol, a lot of things can actually drugs can render you in a condition to where you shouldn't be behind the wheel. Not getting enough sleep. You shouldn't be behind the wheel. Take a nap. Or anything else to where you could endanger somebody's life by your actions. There's a lot of responsibility for that. Because it's through these vehicles, having these vehicles, that we learn lessons. When the vehicle dies, the best case scenario is that the next level saves the soul or spirit into a location to where it can be brought back for a future opportunity to have a new incarnation or experience in the human kingdom to learn more lessons. And the worst case scenario is that the spirit gets recycled at the end of the age, whenever it's recycle time, which hasn't happened yet. Because we won't be talking about it when that's happened. All right, let me go to some other spot that I was at before, because I want to talk about this, the Red Arc over Sweden. It was a spectacular night with some really nice northern lights. But this arc turned out to be the gem for the night, says Strand. It was relatively faint to the naked eye. My camera easily detected the red color. I talked about this in the last live stream, but I didn't show the picture. But that's interesting, right? I don't know. Normally, like they said before in the top caption, it says a red arc over Sweden. You've heard of auroras, green and purple lights that dance in the sky during geomagnetic storms. Green and purple lights that dance in the sky. I've seen some of that. Sometimes it's kind of whitish. That's mostly what I've seen. But have you ever heard of SAR, S-A-R, stable auroral red arcs? Were discovered in 1956 at the beginning of the space age and have been recorded by cameras and satellites hundreds of times since. Most aurora watchers have never seen one, though because they are usually invisible to the human eye. Last Friday in Sweden, photographer Goran Strand saw one. What are they saying about cosmic rays? It says solar minimum is underway. The sun's magnetic field is weak, allowing extra cosmic rays into the solar system. neutron counts from the University of OU's Sudan Geophysical Observatory showed that cosmic rays reaching Earth in 2020 are near a space age peak. Right, so lack of sunspots means, which is the solar minimum, means that the solar magnetic field is weak. So that those sunspots are evidence of blocking out. So the lack of sunspots is evidence of allowing more cosmic rays into the solar system and thereby affecting the Earth more. That's what I heard scientists talking about. I read scientists talking about several years ago when I was really researching like crazy everything I could find about whether humans were really causing global warming. And that's when I also learned that the solar wind and or the cosmic rays, radiation, affected the magma. And if they had, and then about a year after I learned that they found vents, V-E-N-T-S. I'm getting tired, so I'm having trouble pronouncing my words. They found vents that were underneath glaciers that were melting. In other words, geysers, like there's a lot of underground heated vents under the earth. So that's evidence of the magma that's very hot underneath the earth that the plates are riding on. Like I said last live stream, it's an amazing system, and that explains a whole bunch more because carbon in the atmosphere doesn't actually hold much heat. And that gets washed out of the atmosphere by the rain. And that heavy particles all fall back to the earth. And that the carbon ends up in the oceans and the waters and on the land and gets washed into the waters and goes through the land. And the land actually filters the carbon, the oil products. So the earth becomes like a carbon filter. But the pesticides are so small, the particles, they get through a lot of them. And that's why they're detected in a lot of the aquifers underneath big cities, like happened on Long Island, where I read a report in 1995 when they did a study and they found 16 different strong amounts of 16 different pesticide residues because of all the fertilizers, all the chemical fertilizers used in all the lawns. Because there's not that much industry on Long Island, but there's a ton of lawns. Everybody's got, their eighth of an acre grass growing. That's that they spread with fertilizer every year. I know because my vehicle's dad and mom did that on the property I lived on Long Island, and we were just one in hundreds of thousands of families that were living in suburbia, New York. That was a ritual. We had a little device that spread the fertilizer over the lawn. And we were told, actually, when I was a kid, I wasn't told anything. Well, they told you not to play on the lawn right after it happened, but they didn't tell you to wait a number of days. I played on those lawns. Maybe that's where I got some of my health problems contributing to. Or maybe it helped my immune system by teaching it to fight against it. That's the benefit of vaccinations. But the vaccinations need to be made without those toxic adjuvants. Because the adjuvants are the things that put into the body the what can be sometimes the greatest toxins, if they get through the blood-brain barrier, the mercury and all that, which they certainly can do if they get into the blood. The blood ends up taking them into the brain. Because remember, we're talking about millions of particles. And all the blood is circulated throughout the whole body. So once it gets into the blood through the muscle where it's injected, through the normal process of being absorbed by capillaries, in the fluids that are exchanged between cells, it's going to get into all the organs. And if you get into the brain organ, if it's a heavy metal, then why wouldn't it potentially have an effect on the neurotransmitters? And the blood-brain barrier is only like one cell in width. Also, the colon is very, very thin, so that it can absorb all the nutrients possible into the blood. That enables your blood to have a strong immune system. And so if we have a clogged up immune system, that means we also have a clogged up digestive system. And when I was in the classroom, Doe was having us study that. And so he sent me and Bran Odie to have colonic irrigations. I had maybe 3 or 4 of them because I was so sickly in the classroom with vertigo and with sciatica and with colds and flus and allergies. Year by year. We never had any vaccinations. I never did. If that was a solution, I think T would have at least sent some of us to have it. But for whatever reason, maybe, who knows, might have been a security reason that she didn't want, investigators to be able to find us. She might have believed in the use of them, and some of them may be very, very useful. But that was also then, and now, I don't know. But that was also during a time where we were working on our diet. Like T followed the Pritikin diet to some degree. Not 100%. Which limited our meat intake to where we only had it like twice a week. So you might have hamburgers one time for a dinner, and then the next week you might have bacon with pancakes. I think it started off to where we had it more often. Actually, it started off in the classroom to where we bought our own food and people would eat whatever they wanted to eat every day. But then it developed into program to where T and Doe were providing all our food. And they provided the money to go buy our food when we were eating meat every day, if that's what we wanted. Of course, meat was more expensive a lot of times. So people had to try to make the money last a certain amount of days. Would give us money and tell us to go to town. So we would get in cars, and like 4 to a car or 6 to a car, depending on how many cars we had, or a van or whatever. And there was nobody to oversee us. And sometimes they added money to that. A couple times I remember, out of the months that we were there, where they gave us money and they called it mad money, and you could use it in any way you wanted to. Some people went to the movies, some people went bowling, I think, or something like that. I'm not sure exactly. I don't think I did it. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I went. I don't know. I didn't care about doing anything. So I don't remember doing anything with it. But I learned later on that some went to the movies. Not too long ago, actually, I saw that in some documentary that was made a long time ago that I just never really tuned into. Sometimes I saw them, but I didn't tune into them. Or just didn't remember everything that was said. That's, the same thing that happens. All right, let me go to... did I already go to Mars? No, I want to read this from Mars. This is just from a Google search. I was trying to find the, what was it called? I don't know, it was Mars something. Mars streak or something. The dark streak on Mars or something like that. And so I brought this up. It was actually through DuckDuckGo browser. And Elon Musk says, SpaceX says it will make its own laws on Mars. Wow. New artificial intelligence spots undiscovered Martian craters. That's not what I wanted to read. No, what I wanted to read was this. Mars latest news, breaking stories and comment from that same site, which is independentco.uk, on the topic of Mars. The latest breaking news, comment and features from the Independent. Then it gives some examples. Mars and the Moon have underground tubes so big they could host bases. Very interesting, right? Underground tubes. Maybe Mars was a place where humans were building, and space aliens or space aliens were building bases. Maybe the Earth's going to become like Mars. actually talks about that in the book of Revelation as the seas being gone. Now that might be part of what's that John didn't get right. But it might be also what Doe said might happen to where the Earth is used as a base for the next level for a while. It won't matter to the souls and spirits that are stored by the next level. They won't even know the difference, whether it's 100,000 years on the Earth or a million years on the Earth. That won't make any difference to them. Even if they're working for the next, even if they're graduated to elementary work in the next level, they're going to still have work in the next level to do during that time. So they're not going to be like bored by that time period before new civilization is started up on Earth, which Doe thought would happen eventually. Let me say, he felt it might happen after that, but he was using conjecture on the different ways it could go, because he knew that he wasn't necessarily and didn't want to be the ultimate decider of that when he got back to the next level, when he had his whole mind available to him. Because he knew that in the next level, the older members work in crews also. Even though the crews might be a little different than all being in the same location. But Tiendo said that when people are in the next level, that you'll work for other older members. And with older, it's not for in the way that humans work for employers. But it is at the same time. It's just not the same. Because they don't end up treating you in a human way. And I know there are some employers that treat their employees very good. So that's not a lesson that they're having to learn. Because there's no difference in the next level's mind between an employer and an employee in terms of how close they are to growing towards becoming a member of the next level. So, and that's the whole objective of the planet's existence and the human kingdom's existence. To provide that opportunity. Not that they need new members. They don't need new members. But it's a joy for it. Just like I believe it's joy for me to see someone working for T&O and believing in them. I do feel joy from that. That's exciting. And I do feel sadness when someone breaks away from that. But I'm not the judge, and I don't know whether they're going to come back to it or not. And even if they do or don't, and I know about it or don't, it's still the next level that judges them based on what they had to deal with growing up and what they did before they left their vehicle. But what they got from the genetic code. That's what they had to deal with, and what they experienced in their environment growing up. What was added to that? The 3 eyes, right? I talk about that in every broadcast, but it's good. It's good. And the 3 eyes are, whenever we say something, let's say I say, it's raining outside. Who's saying that? Is it my genetics that can feel that it's raining out because my knees always hurt when there's a lot of humidity in the air? Or is it my environmental mind, growing up as a baby, that that was taught when I hear that pitter-pattering on the roof, that it's rain, or that when I smell the same thing, kind of thing, a knees hurt, or I smell it, that it's raining? Or was it because I actually looked outside and I saw that it was raining in combination with those other things, potentially? I didn't assume it by those other symptoms, because it might not be raining actually with those other symptoms. It might be just very heavy humidity, which you could call it rain if you want. It's fluid, more fluids in the environment, right? So the analogy doesn't work 100%, but it does give some examples, I think, of how we can think that we are correct in our evaluation of something and not be correct. We can depend upon our other senses more than they should be dependent upon in certain circumstances. Now, of course, there's many circumstances where we do depend on our senses 100%, and we need to. Sensing danger or boosting our vitamin C during a time when people in our environment are showing more symptoms of sickness, so that we can better fight, build our immune system to fight better. I think vitamin C can help with that. I think it's best to come from vegetables and fruit. Selecting the ones that have more vitamin C in them. But you can use all the things in the vegetables and the fruit. Where we get other things from the meat products. And so being on a fast is a good idea to cleanse your body. So I'd stay on it for a while if I could. Like the Transfiguration diet. Because you'll find when you get to the point to where you're not really craving some of the same things you were craving before, like bread. I don't crave bread. I eat it sometimes now. But I don't, well, so you could say I eat it sometimes because I still crave it, and that's true. But before I allowed myself to do that, for over a year or two, I didn't have any bread products at all in my diet. Well, I probably didn't go very long without something. Maybe only months without a little bit of something. But I'm talking about a little bit, like a wrap or half of a wrap. Like those different kinds of flour-based wraps that they have, made out of different flours, but they're still mucus-forming foods. So they clog up the system. The only grains that are in the Transfiguration diet are slow-cooked grains, so that enzymes aren't dead in them. Other than that, there's no flesh products, and there's no cooked grain products. Well, slow-cooked grain, like I said. Which I've been cheating on, because we also in our diet, after we did that fasting on the Transfiguration diet, we had tahini and bananas as a meal, up to 6 bananas for the people that wanted that many. I think there was a minimum, because they didn't want people to get too thin, because you lost weight on a fruitarian or vegetarian diet. But not everybody. But some people, some people didn't lose hardly any weight. They said that they could just, some of those people could just look at the butter and gain weight from it. So you can't fault somebody for gaining weight. You can, I mean, people do. They may be doing the best they can. It might be their genetic combination with their environmental mind, and body response to the elements, that they're not producing a certain amount of hormones that are out of balance. Or it might be because they're eating too many flesh products that add the animals' hormones potentially to us. Like, and then the hormones that are put in the milk, for instance, like the bovine growth hormone, that actually stimulates the cows to keep on acting as if they're pregnant, to produce milk, or a mother, so that they keep on producing more and more milk instead of it waning off the way it naturally would do. And because of that, because they're giving them that hormone, and the cows are producing so much milk, they end up getting, their teats get sores on them. I mean, literal bloody sores. And so so that's why they put antibiotics in the milk, so that we don't get whatever diseases or bacterias are in those sores. Because, because there's no way to, attach a hose to a teat and not get some of the disease that's in that teat into the milk. So that's got to be cooked to death to kill it also. Pasteurization does that. It doesn't kill everything, though, necessarily. And that's the reason for the antibiotics. That's my understanding of that. And I have a personal relationship with a dairy farmer who told me about that, and that they didn't use the BGH or BGT, whatever it is, bovine growth hormone. Because the reason they didn't use it was because it was too expensive. And then people wonder why people are gaining weight. And if they have a heavy diet in, that perhaps the bovine growth hormone isn't completely killed by the pasteurization and the homogenization process. And or the homogenation process, which uses pressure on the milk, is changing the fat. They use that so they can make low-fat milk, I think, and maybe other reasons too. They can separate it out better, although they can separate it out when they make cream out of it. So maybe I don't have that part right at all. But I just wonder if those things contribute to the reason why female children are having their period sooner, and and also developing breasts sooner sometimes. And are also, those that are developing breasts sooner are also generally overweight, from what would seem to be a norm. Not saying that, overweight is based on what they say is the optimum weight for someone's body. That doesn't necessarily have to match. I don't think that's just an approximate, by using the general public as a rule. But if you live in a society to where people are heavier for other reasons, like were depicted many years ago before we knew that we had BGH and all that. Why were they heavy? Well, we can try to come up with all kinds of reasons, and but it doesn't mean that they're accurate. But it might have been from drinking raw milk, because that's what the milk does to a calf. Drinking, animal milk, it helps that animal grow up to be a big calf. Okay, let me go back to this. No, not that. Not that. This. And let's see here. Well, let me do this quickly. And then go back to this, see if there's any questions in the live stream. I guess I could have kept that up here. Still ticking away. Booster says, is there any next level information in Scientology? Well, yeah, I think so, but I don't remember what it was that surfaced when I watched that Netflix video about them, because I haven't really studied them. I mean, there's some next level information in most everything, so it's like, I mean, if you want to look at things in a certain way, I just can't remember how that might apply to Scientology. If it comes to my mind and I find some evidence of it, I'll try to bring it up the next live stream. How much, then Booster says, I already said what Mike West said, so I'm not going to repeat that. Then Booster says, how much attention did Doe pay to the politics of his day? Did he have any strong opinion towards Presidents Reagan, George Bush, Bill Clinton? And then Jeff says they liked Ross Perot. That's right. That's the only knowledge that I have about how they felt about anybody is Ross Perot. Of course, Rio might know more about what took place after 1994, of course, because he was there when I wasn't. But he's not talking to anybody that I know about. So, and I don't have a way to get in touch with him anymore. But yeah, they considered having us vote for Ross Perot. Not that it would have been an instruction, but then again, it would. If they wanted us to do it, then they could have said that, and I would have been glad to go to vote for him, because I didn't have any. I trusted Tiendo, and I still do. And I didn't want my own mind while I was in the classroom. Now I'm kind of, I don't want my own mind really coming into these broadcasts, although it does come in sometimes. Usually when that happens, I tell you that's my opinion, or I say that that's not what Tiendo said, or I'm expanding it too much, going down, trying to put too many details, or coming up with an example they didn't come up with that I don't think relates. Usually I can find an example that they gave. I'm forgetting now. I gave an example a little bit ago of something, and I remember saying that they didn't come up with that example. I didn't try to think about whether there was a T and no example. That would have been better. And now I can't remember what that was about. So I'm correcting myself now in doing that and not trying to come up with a T and no example. What they said about Ross Perot, though, was that they wondered if having a successful business person as president would really help the country. And I can't help but notice then we got Trump. And some people think that business-wise he has helped the country a lot. And certainly it appears that that the country is making more money from China tariffs and stuff, and that it's probably hurting some people, and other people are getting rich because of it. And I'm not saying that money is going to a good cause, but it may be a fact that that's happening. I'm not voting for anybody. I didn't vote last year either. I voted years before that, though, for people like Ralph Nader and Green Party and Obama. I voted for him in the first term. I don't think I voted in the second term. I don't remember, though. But I think Obama is just as corrupt as everybody else. And now more than ever, actually, in my opinion. But he was the one that really went along with all the globalist stuff, and Trump has not gone along with that. I don't think that's healthy, that globalist stuff, at all, and it's going to get worse. It appears that the World Economic Forum is going to end up being the government, whether it's acknowledged or not. Trump just recently said that at the Michigan rally that he held, I think it was, that if Biden wins, that about 3 weeks into his office, Harris is going to be the president. And Biden even said something in Michigan where he said that I'm Harris's running mate in so many words. And then my understanding is that it wasn't a gaffe because he said it twice. He said it again. He says, "No, Harris, I'm gonna be Harris's running mate." When someone asked him about his running mate, I'm not sure exactly how that came down. I didn't see the actual video, but I heard that on Ground Zero from Ben Swan. I don't have reason to think that it was made up. Because I saw some indication of that even before now. And actually, I was talking about that when Harris got elected. Before that. No, not before that. At the time. No, even before she was named as vice president candidate, I felt like she might be the one to choose because she was from a non-white background. I forgot what her nationality is. Is she Hispanic or Philippines or something, or Puerto Rican, and maybe she also has African in her. But wow, I don't see Biden and her or her and Biden. I mean, because if let's say Biden wins, but let's say they don't win the Senate, or they don't win the House. I don't know. Can the House only be the ones to call for articles of impeachment, or can the Senate do it by themselves? I don't remember that. But I don't know why the Senate couldn't do it by themselves, because they're the bigger wigs, right? And so I wouldn't doubt at all that they would bring articles of impeachment against Biden with all the stuff that's come out and the witnesses to it that's come out. That the associate of Hunter Biden, who said that, in the emails, the big guy represented talking about Biden, and then when H was used, it was talking about Hunter, and that Biden was going to get 10% of the money from China that they were getting. The big guy was going to get 10%. And all kinds of things that were at least as damning as, in that sense, in that relativeness, as what Trump did to try to negotiate to get what he wanted for the $1 billion that he was giving to the Ukraine, which also Biden Obama gave about that much too, by the way. And when Hunter got put on the board of Burisma Energy Company. All right, I'm not going to go into that anymore. But so no matter what happens in the election, which I think it'll be a total mess of confusion. Or if it's not, even if it's not, and they determined right from the beginning that Biden won and Trump decides that, okay, there's going to be a lot of people that have increased anger about that. And so whether it happens just because of that, or whether it happens or riots happen because another a black person is shot by white police or any police, both those groups, those opposing groups, are going to end up being in the same spot at the same time with guns, like in Kenosha, shooting one another. Now, I saw some footage of everything that happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. No, not Rittenhouse. Kyle. I forgot his last name now. But Rittenhouse was one of the people that he shot, killed. And I had seen little bits of footage early on when I was looking at it. And but this footage was all put together with some additional footage that I hadn't seen that showed people in Kenosha at the time that were even for Black Lives Matter, with wearing a shirt, Black Lives Matter, that was holding a gun. I'm not saying all the people in Black Lives Matter are violent, or even if that person was violent, he might not have been loaded. There might not have been any bullets in it. He might have just wanted it to appear to be giving protection. You know what I mean? Which I wouldn't see anything wrong with. But there were a number of people that were firing shots during that time, because they pointed out all the shots that were fired during the clips that were filmed by all the people with their cell phones. That they didn't actually capture Kyle shooting that other guy the first time. But the reason why he was shot from these videos that were put together that actually were pretty good. Because a number of the people involved were wearing different, a scarf on their head or around a bright scarf around their neck or something, and then they showed them in this slow footage what looked like those same people, and some of them were saying things, and talking as if they wished Kyle had been killed. They had one woman saying that. I didn't see what she looked like or anything, but because that doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't matter. It's because people of all racial have biases and have sometimes agendas and have condemnation of others. Now, of course, people that are African American vehicles in their history, they've got a lot more of it than the European Caucasians. But even among them, I mean, the Irish were persecuted for a long time. The Chinese were persecuted for a long time in the United States. I think blacks have received the most of it for the longest time period. And so people with black vehicles have a bigger hurdle to climb in that regard, to overcome that. And that's why Des Doty said that he told us in a meeting that Des Doty had difficulty with being one of the only black vehicles. I mean, Jim Odie had a Hispanic vehicle that had a little darker skin color. But I don't know if Jim Odie dealt with any of that. But Des Doty definitely did deal with it and told Doe about it. And excuse me. And so that becomes an area of overcoming. And some people that have vehicles that are in white vehicles, they don't have that thing to overcome, but they have something else to overcome that's equally as difficult, because nobody gets more than they can handle, as long as they keep on asking Tiendo for help to handle things, and then trying to employ that help. All those ands are part of the equation. You got to put things into motion in order to make changes. So if that means not going to a demonstration with a weapon, that's a good idea. I think Kyle would have been a lot better off if he had gone to that Kenosha without a weapon. I think his intention was genuine, because he filmed it, and I don't think that was staged. That's just my gut feeling on it. And I think his intention was to help. He even had a Facebook page that was talking about helping people, and he did some helping of people. And I think he was raised with guns. So to him, it was, it was like a First Amendment person, or not First Amendment, Second Amendment person. So he was probably advised to bring a weapon. But that wasn't good advice, in my opinion, because he would have been able to help people a lot more by being there and not, But see, according to the story that this documentary was putting together, which I saw I saw other evidence of outside of this documentary, way before this documentary came about, which they drew on some of that. I could see some of the same footage. And what was happening is there were some people that mostly appeared to be white people in the video that I saw, that were pushing dumpsters from wherever they found them towards a certain area, and that they ended up taking one of those dumpsters or more, but one in particular, and lighting it on fire, and then pushing it towards a gas station. And what you can see in the footage is that someone comes running up to that before it gets too close to the gas station with a fire extinguisher, because there were people there that considered themselves to be the guards, and they were trying to keep the peace and guard against violence and destruction of property. And so I don't know if they were, white or black or mixture of both. It didn't matter. I mean, there were certainly plenty of peaceful black protesters during the daytimes. But at nighttime, sometimes that's when the ones that were more prone to violence would come out. And so Kyle was associated right away. He was seen as a negative because he was carrying a gun. It was a rifle, but the other ones were photographed having guns, were handguns that I saw in this video. And he went running to, it was kind of implied that he was the one that had the fire extinguisher. But it might have been somebody else. But there was somebody else that used the fire extinguisher on a fire before that as well. And so my understanding of this story is that the people that saw somebody using a fire extinguisher who fled after he put the fire out, ended up being chased and maybe got away. But then Kyle, who was associated as being with them, or maybe was the same person, but didn't have the fire extinguisher on him at the time, but still had his rifle, was chased by Rittenhouse. And that Rittenhouse, when he got up to him, grabbed the gun, and Kyle shot him because he wouldn't let go of it. Shot him several times. And as he laid there dying, and somebody was trying to help him by grabbing a kerchief, a bandana off of somebody else, to try to cover up stop the wound from bleeding, Kyle continued to run away. And then other people said, he's getting away, he shot him. And so a whole bunch of people went after him. And one of them attacked him with a skateboard. One of them knocked him over by hitting him in the head. But he didn't drop the gun. And maybe he had it tied around him. He did have a strap around him. And then another person with a gun, you could see in his hand barely, another person that tried to get the gun away from him, he ended up shooting while he was sitting on the floor on the street. And then several times, I think, even. And then the person that was with him also trying to attack him to stop him because he had just shot this other guy. So I'm not saying it was for a bad reason. Had a gun and didn't use it, but then got shot, I think. Or maybe that was somebody else. And ended up in the hospital saying that he wished he had shot him and killed him. Because he killed 2 people and he wounded 1, I think is what it was. And now he's going to be in life in prison, and no doubt he would have to be in isolation the whole time because he would probably be killed because he both killed white people and he killed them at a protest that was against the killing of that black man who was shot in the back 7 times by a white police officer, which was an atrocious crime. I watched the video of that and it was like, holy smokes. That was so wrong. And I don't think he got prosecuted for that entirely. I saw something about recently that the case was dismissed for some reason. But maybe I'm wrong about that. So these things are going to keep on happening. There's no reason for them to not happen. The people in the police are a lot of times the military, ex-military, and police. Well, they're police officers and ex-military, and there's a few, and a lot of them join for the money, and also to think that they're, supporting the laws. But supporting the law with guns isn't the path to goodness. So I condemn all the virus, as Doe did. He didn't say it in that word, but he said he condoned the people that were separating from the government that were in militia groups, but didn't condone using violence for it. So if this group that the left-wing media, the mainstream media, is portraying as wanting to start a civil war if the election doesn't go a certain way, if they're planning on actually, kidnapping a governor or something like this one group was accused of doing, they're just acting out the same lower forces negativity as the government's doing when the government does that kind of thing in other foreign countries. T and Do were not in favor of, they said the next level didn't approve of humans making weapons to kill humans with. Good morning, NXVX. So true, but now I forgot what it was that you were responding to. Sorry, because I take so long to get around to the chat room again. But then you say, Welsh Dragons has just joined. Great audio. Oh, great. Great to hear that there's a great audio. Finally got it down, Welsh Dragon. I'm telling you, I'm a basket case. How are your ants doing? Welsh Dragon says, what do you guess, Tien Do? Oh, and then NXBX says, you speak truth, my friend. I hope so. I thank you for expressing that. I'm trying to give it a shot. Trying to stick to things that Tien Do said and gave us examples about, right? I know there's some people that think I'm making a lot of stuff up, but I'm trying very hard not to do that. I want to know about it. If anybody hears me say something that they don't think relates to something Tien Do taught, and that's going to be hard to find sometimes, because you have to go through all the audio tapes and you have to listen to the Beyond Human series with a open ear to whatever I was saying that wasn't necessarily using the same exact words in the same exact context, which I do try to do when I remember it. But bring it to my attention. Or if it doesn't seem like it matches the behavior and ways that were taught. Like if I'm talking about, the shooting in Kenosha, I'm just telling the story about that, okay? From the way I saw it in the documentary. So, so that's not from Do's mind. I'm not claiming that it is. I hope that's pretty clear. But when I say that, weapons weren't, the next level didn't intend for humans to develop weapons to kill other humans with, that came from Tien Do. So, but since I don't know where that came from, do we know that Tien Do would think that way? And I think, yes, there's plenty of indications, like Do said in the Beyond Human series, that he didn't support violence. And that if we were going to have arms, that the only justification I know of for having, well, let me say, I can't say only. I mean, besides hunting, okay? Because it might not be against the next level's mind to have a gun, but never intend to use it on humans, okay? But using it as a deterrent. So, but not to kill humans with, okay? That's part of it, right? Do not develop weapons that for the purpose of killing humans with those weapons. So I mean, that would mean that, you know, having pepper spray or some kind of you know, device that, you know, gives them a shock might be more the way the next level would do it, because they said that there were other ways of dealing with a violent person than by locking them up and by you know, shooting them with a weapon. I mean, that could kill them. Trying to kill them to deal with them. Now, I'm kind of like, you know, they didn't say all that in those many words, but they said all that in segments, okay? And so I'm trying to show how those segments can apply, because maybe that can help some of us. I know it helps me to think that way. To put two and two together, which is something that Tiendo did. Like, I'll give you an example of when they did that in the Black Hawk tape. Well, actually, it was a Black Hawk, but I don't know if we actually have it labeled in the audio tapes as the Black Hawk tape. I don't think so. There's only 3 tapes that I think actually mention Black Hawk in the tape log that the 38 made for us. But this one actually refers to, I never found the one that actually talks about this subject. And that's when Pam Odie was at Black Hawk, which was Retreat. And Retreat was something we went to on occasion, like an out-of-craft task or somebody that had a job in the world, Monday through Friday generally. We always tried for that, so that we could have more time with Tiendo on the weekends. Might have went once a month. And Retreat lasted for maybe 6 or 8 months total, and was also in Houston for a period of time, and was in Dallas for a period of time, and was in Black Hawk, Colorado for a period of time. And so over that time, I went to each of those places maybe 2 times. Yeah, it's about that, 2 or 3 times. And so since I was an out-of-craft tasker, I went to a job in the kitchen 5 days a week. I went on the weekends, and we would drive up on a Friday after work, because it was always several hours away. Sometimes a bunch of hours. Well, sometimes 3 or 4 hours away, like when we were living in Amarillo and we would drive to Black Hawk, Colorado. And so we'd get there Friday night, and that's where, to the house where T and Do were living. When we were in Houston retreat, we would just they were in a townhouse, and so we didn't actually stay in the same house. But they rented a townhouse that was right next to them. No, not necessarily right next to them, but nearby them. And that's what we lived in that for the weekend. And then on Saturday, we would go on an outing. And we also had instructions to make a special kind of meal, dinner, and for ourselves. And Tiendo might have come to visit us one time when we were at the Houston retreat. And then Sunday we would drive home. After we had breakfast, and then we'd drive home. But Saturday we were there all day, and we would go to the zoo in Houston. We went to the zoo, and went to the opera one time and saw My Fair Lady, the Houston Opera, I think it was. And that was actually a different time when they took us. We lived in Austin, and they just took us on an outing, all of us, to the Houston Opera to see My Fair Lady, and then we came back that same night. That's the way I remember it, anyway. And when we were in the Black Hawk retreat, they took, which was only like 6 of us at the most at a time that went up there, that were crafters. And the in-crafters went during the week in a similar sized group. And I'm going to get to the Black Hawk tape. But anyway, so when I was there with T and No, they would meet with us more often, in Black Hawk especially, because that was their house. And so that was an easy place to, I never saw their quarters there. I don't think I even went to the rest chambers where the students that were in the Black Hawk case, there were 4 to 6 students that were staying up there with them around the clock. Lagodi, Dan Sodi, Kododi, Sunodi, those are the male vehicles. Sunodi, Liv Odi, Jan Odi were the female vehicles. So, so they were taking care of all the needs of the house, and snow removal, and because it was during the winter, or at least in the high mountains, it was winter. There was a lot of snow sometimes, and buying the food and cooking the food, so T and Do could focus on the overcoming task for each of the students, and trying to pull on new information and whether they should move someplace else and move the class someplace else. And so, or to change our diet. They had all kinds of things that they were constantly thinking about whether the next level their older members would have them change. And they had to pull on that. And when they would both get the same kind of indication, then they would pull on it together to try to get more and more details to bring something out more. And that's what happened with them Black Hawk. So listen to those Black Hawk audio tapes that are in the description, named Black Hawk, in in this YouTube channel, and you'll see them talking about a lot of things that I talk about, and a lot of things that I use to answer questions about certain things. So So when we were in Black Hawk, I'm not going to talk about that one thing yet. I just want to say this one other thing. One of the outings, we called them outings. That was T and Do's word for it. When we were out at retreat, but we also went on outings when we went out at retreat, like going to the movie theater. And but when we were at retreat, one of the outings that we went on that was with T and Do, actually, in this case, which I don't think My Fair Lady, I'm not sure if they were in the audience or not. But we went to a church during the Christmas time, and T and Do were sitting behind us. And we went to the movies once when it wasn't an outing, where all the students went to the same movie, and they sat behind us. Where instruction was to go to the middle and sit in the middle, and they sat way in the back with Livonian. Well, I don't know who they sat with, but both T and Do were sitting there in the movie theater. That happened maybe one or two times. But we went and played bingo, and we went to eat at Pizza Hut with T and Do, the six of us. And maybe actually more than that. Maybe it was also the ones, the six that were, yeah, so I guess it was 12 of us that went to it. I don't know what they told people, like in the bingo place, but T and Do played bingo with everybody else. I don't remember winning anything. And we went out to eat with them at the Pizza Hut. And we got pizza and salad. And they would take the pizza and hold it, and let the grease drip off of it. And then they would take sometimes the pizza, and they would take napkins and sop up the grease because they didn't want too much of that grease. Just cheese pizza is all they had. They didn't have any toppings on it. T was very, Do said that she was Joe Vanilla, and vanilla was her favorite flavor of ice cream. But I think they brought us some other flavors sometimes of ice cream when they bought us ice cream. I think they bought us Neapolitan sometimes, because we didn't have that as a regular on the diet, although on any of the diets. So that was brought in special. All right. Oh, yeah, so the Black Hawk meeting with those 6 students plus the 6 people that were living in the Black Hawk craft house, during that meeting, Pamodi was one of the ones, and she was one of the early documentaries saying that she didn't feel like they had a good enough program for taking care of our teeth. There's no regular checkups or anything like that, or cleanings or anything. So that was one of the negatives that she said about the classroom, and which is interesting that and what Michael said of shaving in the direction he didn't want to shave was negative. The procedures were very strict. They had procedures for everything. And so that was a big problem in his mind that he gave us an example. Notice the examples of the things that made them not want to be there anymore were very kind of trivial compared to all the other cults that have abuses and all kinds of sexuality and problems with people, and money things, and accumulation of wealth. Everybody else is living with less wealth, and forcing people, and being condescending about them in ways, leveraging people one against another, and going after people that break away if they end up talking bad about them, to the press or anybody, actually going after them and threatening them, and threatening the public if like some of the groups did, like Bhagawan did, some of his people did, and that guy Michael, who was that, a Scientologist maybe? No, Scientology did it too. But I mean, there's group after group after group that have all these horrible behaviors and ways, because the Luciferians want to make all cults look like they're bad, because they're after getting people to go against those that they know are above them, and that they get into competition with. And that's why they create facsimiles of what they do. They created facsimile spacecraft crashes, according to Doe, so that they could appear to be the same as the next level, who they consider, because they lost their recognition of who they really are as evolutionarily above human, they consider them to be just another space alien race that's able to grow vehicles that are more sophisticated and have more capabilities of doing more things than the vehicles that humans grow, and that they can grow because they don't have the ability to grow them the way the next level has that ability, because the next level is not going to let them have that ability because they don't deserve it. Because the next level, design the human kingdom, it's not deserving, really. It's just not evolved enough to have some of the powers that you would have in a next level vehicle. Like if you could move a physical object with your mind, think of how the military would use that. Think of how the private sector would use that. The police would use that. If they could get people to do that, in a significant way, not just moving like bending a spoon or something, which may have been able to be done. But that would have been a trick. Those are the kind of things that were called tricks by Tiendo. Now, a trick doesn't mean that it didn't happen. But it means that it didn't happen the way we think it might have happened. Like it didn't happen by Uri Geller, the power of his mind. Like an example of how it might have happened would have been that the Luciferians wanted to use him in a way to have people look to him as being somebody, that whatever he said they would believe, because as an authority on the spirit world or the paranormal or what we think of as God, because he can do this miracle of changing matter. Now, how could they have done that? Well, maybe they had some kind of a way to cloak a device that they had that made that heated up that spoon to melt it. Or they had a laser technology of some sort that could do that. In person, right on the spot, or at a distance, using a spacecraft. Maybe the spacecrafts that they have can generate some laser technology that produces heat enough to melt metal. because they potentially have spacecrafts that were either developed by humans or that the next level gave them to use as transportation and function when they were doing elementary tasks as in a kind of student level relationship in the next level. They weren't full-fledged adult members yet. They still had vehicles that could go through a reverse metamorphosis to become like a human, which Doe talks about happening to Adam very quickly, and maybe Eve as well. I gotta remember if he said Adam and Eve, so you have to go back to it because I don't remember it clearly enough. But I know he said it about Adam, that went through a reverse metamorphosis. Because when he said that, I was like, whoa, reverse metamorphosis. And at the time when I saw that, this was well after the classroom. This is when I was writing the book. Because that's when I was re-examining everything and watching things and reading things that Tiendo had written, that some of them I didn't ever see before. And I hadn't listened to those Black Hawk tapes over and over again. Well, maybe I did a couple times while I was in the classroom because we had instructions sometimes to listen to things again. And then we had the option to listen to them over and over again, as many times as we wanted to. But not that many people did that option. I think Jim Odie did it quite often. I saw Glenn Odie sometimes. June Odie, I think I saw listening to tapes more often than the rest of us that would listen to them mostly only when Tiendo said to listen to him again. Listen to a certain meeting again, is what they would say. They wouldn't tell us to listen to all the tapes again so that it was like a task. They didn't give us that task. That's why I can say with a lot of evidence that they weren't brainwashing us. They were giving us the tools to brainwash ourselves, to wash our brains out of their humanness, our human thinking, our behaviors and ways. That was the task, one part of the task. Another part of the task was to deposit thoughts into the human kingdom so that people now and before now could pick up on those thoughts, and so that when the next level started talking about the next level again publicly, if they were going to do that, there would be a certain amount of people that were primed for things that would make sense to them when they wouldn't make sense to a lot of other people that weren't exposed to that form of that prime, but may have been exposed to another form of that priming. Like, for instance, stopping smoking as being healthy to do that. And that we wanted to have health in our vehicles for as long as possible so that we can learn as many lessons as possible. And it's not learning, it's not the amount of lessons, it's the depth of learning lessons. So that you might recognize that, you know what, I got to quit this substance abuse. I really got to stop this. And so I'm going to stop it. And then let's say a month passes and you say, oh, you know what, I did it. I overcame this enough. I can use a little bit. Use a little bit and but then you say, you get back into it again, you think, gosh, I got to stop this again. So what I'm saying is that can happen repeatedly, but each time that happens and you recover from it, doesn't have to be each time. You can do it the first time and stay away from it completely from then thereafter. Go cold turkey right from the beginning. That's the way that Tiendo would do things. To try to, you want to overcome sexuality, cut it off completely. But they didn't teach us right away to cut it off in our heads. It was like a year later, because we were actually living in houses, so it was more than a year later when I remember that they first told us that we need to even stop our thoughts from having thoughts about sexuality. Sensuality, they called it. They try not to use that word because of how it stimulated that behavior in our, especially among vehicles that were, becoming very sensitive to any kind of stimulus because they had stayed away from it so much. Depending on the vehicle and whether that was an issue for the vehicle. Some of the vehicles didn't have that issue. So then a person might, so how do you stay away from it? Well, you don't visit with the people that could stimulate that with us. You don't watch the TV shows with it or if you do, you learn to turn your ears off and your eyes off at the scenes that that might stimulate that behavior. You don't go to places, you don't go to parties where there can be people trying to attract one another. You're going to be removed from society in a lot of ways. But that's the task. That's what it takes to keep your mind, to build the strength of your mind. Not doing those things. Every time we don't do those things that can stimulate that behavior, we are strengthening our mind, literally gaining more force through our free will, gaining more common sense, because that's also what we get from taking over the vehicle using next level instructions, because their instructions come with the power of their minds. It's part of it. Just like that happens with humans too. When someone can give you instruction, let's say, you get an instruction from somebody, and it's just a weak instruction. It's like you don't really feel like you have to do it. So, you don't put much effort out to it. But if you know that you have to do it in order to qualify, and that the best way is their way, then when you do it their way, you get the power that comes with that, with doing that. But then if you do that, then that's not the last time that they put you to the test, because the next level do put us to the test. They send us lower forces, influences. They call them boogers. And they were related to the Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls, the specific souls that some of the students were graduating into becoming the replacement for their tasks in the next level. In the next level environment, on the spacecrafts, inside the planets that were like spacecrafts, laboratories, like Pluto might be one of, or the weather lab, that might be a huge spacecraft that can actually stimulate tornadoes, make them happen exactly the way they want them to happen, to go exactly where they want them to go, to be as dangerous as they want them to become, to give as much forewarning as they want to give with their tornado sounds, to travel at a speed they want them to travel at. Those are the kind of jobs that you would be having the option to become, to have. Imagine that. It's not with any intention of killing people, unless that's the task, because the vehicles are no longer serving anymore. But that's not killing the souls and the spirits, so nothing is lost by the loss of a vehicle. But it's not right for humans to take that upon themselves to do, because they don't have the objectivity of when that vehicle is no longer serving. And the humans can't save the spirit or the soul for future opportunity, because the humans are those spirits and souls. Souls being the ones that were human vehicles that were deposited with a container that's like a pocket or a pillowcase that's got like a plasma consistency that holds actually programs, which is the mind from the next level, as opposed to the balloon is another way of describing it, that holds the human mind in a human vehicle that extends outside the human vehicle, as well as the soul extends outside the human vehicle, which might be what is talked about as an aura, which I actually witnessed on several occasions around students, but initially around Tiando, at 2 meetings that they spoke at that were public meetings. And one of them, the whole room was filled with the shimmering white light. But that it was concentrated the most around the stage where Tiando was sitting and around them. But I couldn't really differentiate anything. There was nobody else on the stage but them. So I can't, But I don't know if it was around anybody else. But, it kind of looked like smoke. But it wasn't smoke, because the next time I saw it was in a college. Well, I didn't smell smoke, and I was an ex-smoker, tobacco smoker. So you would think that I would, be sensitive to that. But then I saw it in other circumstances where it was definitely not smoke. One was at that college, community college of, what was it called? Arapahoe Community College, where they gave a meeting in, I think it was late September or early October of 1975, before the news broke. It was the second Tiando meeting I attended that was in the public. And there was only one other than that I attended that was with the public. That student started that third meeting, and that was in Oklahoma City, at the library there. I don't know which library it was. That I wandered into accidentally, so to speak, after I had screamed to the next level to find out where they were, because I had been separated from Tiando and any groups except for my partner, Dan Doty, who we were hitchhiking back and forth across the Midwest, going into churches and sharing Tiando's story when it seemed like there was some interest. We would say that we had new information about the kingdom of God. That's what I would say. I don't know what she said necessarily. But and most of the time they wouldn't ask. They didn't want to know what new information. It's only the Bible's the only information we have. But that's not true. Now, when the older members come back, Jesus said that there's many things I have yet to tell you. He said. But when we come back, we'll go over those things, and I'll show you the Father. No longer just tell you about the Father. I'm going to show you the Father. And that the Father was going to reside with us. It's used the word abide in most of the scripture translations. But that word abide also means residence, and also refers to the way abide was used as abode. In your father's house there are many mansions. The word mansion is also the same word in the Greek that was translated as residence, or in the 3 times that it was used, or abode. Make their abode with you. You know, I want to do something with that revealing. And I'm going to call it a quits pretty soon here. I'll go to the chat room first, because if you all have been talking up a storm, then I want to try to go through it fairly quickly. But I don't want to shortcut anybody on a decent answer. So if I have to talk for 5 hours, I will. But collusion retracted the message, I guess maybe because I covered something. Oh, I see. You said something about this. Oh, no, I've got back up to Welsh Dragon says, what do you guess Tiendo would think of the Matrix trilogy? I think the theme is similar in some ways to what Tiendo spoke about. Yes, I know you're right, but you know what? I don't think I've seen the whole thing. So, I gotta see the whole thing. And so let me watch that and then bring it back. And if I think of anything right now, I'll pass on something to you in the Facebook page of what I think about it. Okay, Welsh Dragon. But but right at the top of my head, yeah, it's like Tiendo's task was like being on that spacecraft with the people that had all taken that, which pill was it? The red pill or the blue pill? The red pill, maybe it was, right? They were in that task, but where the person that gave them the option of taking which pill was like Tiendo's older member, or like the chief of chiefs. And so by them choosing to take the red pill, they were choosing to do a task for the chief of chiefs. But in the case of Tiendo, it was just Tiendo, 2 older members doing it. When in the case of the Matrix, it was like that group, the whole bunch of them that were on that spacecraft were like then part of the older members' crew. Okay, I only saw that once, and so I'm not that good with some of these things, but I think you probably know it well, so you can kind of see where I'm going on this. And so the task was to go into the human kingdom, which was like a hologram, a biological, material, physical, elemental hologram, because it only exists temporarily. And within that hologram, you have nobody that's actually real. But you got some people that are the lower forces, and are trying to kill you, trying to stop you. That's the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls. The ones that are the heads of that. However that happens. And maybe they didn't really have a good explanation for having people that were in charge of those people that were like the Borg, that were operating robotically and that wouldn't die when you shot them. Would just come back because they would have another vehicle. So it's like they were using human vehicles, right? And so when one human vehicle would die, another one would come back and it would look equivalent. Even though, to humans they would look different. But to us, they would look the same. I mean, to not us, but to the next level, they're all just humans and human equivalents. They all have, same kind of haircuts and wear the same kind of clothes generally. Even though they have different colors or whatever. That's insignificant in this example. They're all after the same thing, and that is to try to kill those people that threaten them. How do they threaten them? They threaten them with the truth. Or they threaten them by taking the souls that they've captured away from them, their grip. Right? Wasn't that he was sent to free some people from being bound by the human kingdom? Some souls that were lost souls, so to speak. And so he was like the savior. Going into the human kingdom undercover so that nobody could tell. Nobody else that was in the human kingdom could tell that he was anything special. And he didn't even know. He had to learn what powers he had by meeting with those people that told him, that were his elders, that were on a spacecraft somewhere, and that he was having communion with, like on the Transfiguration Mountain, or like in his mind. That represented, because they were in a spacecraft and he knew they were. He didn't have to, Jesus didn't have to know where he was, but Tiendo knew that there were members on spacecrafts that were their helpers. I don't think I can get into any more details about it right now, but I'll watch it again. But that's my best attempt at this point to make some comparisons. The conclusion says, "Hi, Soyoti. Seems as though the destruction at the end of the age is secret and subtle. Comparing it to dementia, a slow fade. There's an album titled Everywhere at the End of Time. Illustrates well. Everywhere at the end of time." Yes, it's secret. It's really not. Well, maybe. Yeah, yes, it's secret because we don't know how it's causing, how and what is behind the destruction, right? Like when you see a tornado. How many people think that God is doing that? I mean, literally, think about it that way. Some people probably do, right? And they're going to be right, in my opinion, because Tiendo said that the next level uses tornadoes to stir things up, literally, so that people will grow by getting new experiences. They're like stuck in their rut of experiences over and over again. They're just living like cattle. Okay. Now I'm not judging anybody by that. Okay, but because not everybody necessarily is in that position wherever those tornadoes are going. So I'm not going to say that, and but you get it in other ways. Hurricanes do that too. And Tiendo always thought that, why do people keep on rebuilding on the same coast there on the Gulf when hurricanes come every year or every couple of years and blow everything away? Aren't they getting the message that this is not a good place to be staying? And so they knew that they were going to be putting into motion that escalating until we have now in 2020, when they did a huge escalation of a lot of events with fires, escalation with hurricanes, the amount of them. There's been 2 A to Z names of hurricanes. And of course, now the humans can say, oh, that's global warming. That's caused by our fossil fuel use. All of a sudden, it just became like double and triple the amount of, well, actually, it's not the all-time high, actually. So the next level even keeps it to where you can say, oh, yeah, it happened before. So people can deny it for that reason, deny that it's related, that it's increasing. And then they can also say that it is increasing. And they can compare that increase with fossil fuel development. But how does that work? Because the fossil fuel development of the CO2 is gradual over millions and millions of particles that are coming out of the cars. So can you actually equate the big jump in hurricanes with a big jump in fossil fuel development? And how soon did that happen to where that buildup of CO2 caused the heating up of the water in places where it wasn't as hot before for as long, to result in hurricanes being stimulated to grow, which they don't know exactly how that happens. Not at all. They have some ideas how to create wind. A nuclear explosion, a bomb creates wind. They have ideas of how to create rain by seeding clouds, to have a little bit, to show that they can put moisture in the clouds, and then eventually, if they put enough moisture in the clouds, it's going to fall out. So I don't doubt that they have experimented with that and have some success with that. Perhaps using it, with that HARP and other facilities that they have to, direct laser beams on a threesome, 3 laser beams on one point where they were trying to drop all those chemicals to try to retain the moisture in the air, and then putting moisture in the air with that as well, and then triangulating an explosion of some sort or heat to cause a quick evaporation that can develop into water droplets that fall and then drag the carbon dioxide with them. They might even be doing that to try to get the carbon out of the air, because a lot of people believe that that's causing global warming. And so if they can get the carbon out of the air, then they can potentially reverse it, right? So it's not like they don't have good intentions on that for a lot of people. And it's not like they know that that the droughts and the climate changes are being generated by the next level, because a lot of people have discounted anything that the religious say. And so they discounted whatever's in those scriptures, even though it talks about how the sun was going to scorch men in Revelation chapter 16, which I think is yet to come to a peak. Because the next level has been giving us doses of this. And they gave us a lot of doses of all these things early on in the early 1900s. Object falling from the sky, you've got Tunguska. Major earthquakes that caused a lot of rampant destruction in the San Francisco earthquake. And then, of course, in other parts of the world. But in the United States, where the next level was coming back to be the primary location for the bringing back of souls to take human vehicles in order to have the opportunity to graduate the human kingdom, that's why they stimulated all these things to happen in the United States in one little way early on, and then they had a big gap, and then well, not necessarily a huge gap, but a gap, and then some more of the same kind of things with earthquakes, and then, which actually started in the United States, I believe, in the early 1800s. That was depicted as the earthquakes that happened in the middle of the United States, in the Missouri, Kansas area. I forgot now the name of it. Where the Mississippi River ran backwards, and Tecumseh, Tecum, which the original spelling of T was Te, by the way, of Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do was Te, and then Do changed it to, while T was in a vehicle, they changed it to Ti, and then Do told us after T left her vehicle that you could spell it either way, but he wanted to settle on Ti. Anyway, but so Tecumseh actually was a prophet, predicted a significant earthquake, and he got that he made that prediction when. Or maybe he also made a prediction of a comet, and there was a great comet that happened, and then he was telling people that the Earth was going to shake, and talked about what the animals were going to do and all different things, and he was telling all the different tribes all over the eastern United States these things. And some of them were going along with him, and some of them were thinking he was a little bit crazy. And at the same time, he was talking against. He was trying to organize to fight against the white people. And then when the earthquakes happened, he got them. They started to formulate their nation. But I don't know what happened after that. But yeah, I'm not going to go any further with that because I don't have enough clear information about it. But so the earthquake then, there was some other things about that earthquake that made me think, in the way they named things. What was it? Something related to Lagodi. I wonder if Logan's Run. We saw that in the classroom. Was related to Lagodi in any way. Okay, wow. But in terms of destruction of mind, that's very clearly secret and subtle, for sure. I'm not saying there's not examples like you're talking about, plenty. Okay, I mean, it's not like it's World War One and World War Two, right? Obviously, and we haven't had so many bad earthquakes like have happened, like tsunamis that happened. But that doesn't mean that's not still going to happen here. I think it probably will, all those things. Because I think they were showing us what's happening in the rest of the world that's going to actually focus into, and you can see that by the earthquakes progressing in size in the last 20 years. I mean, big time. Because they've been studying earthquakes for a long time with seismographs. And since Dutch Sins has had his YouTube channel, he's documented the increase in amount and size of earthquakes in certain zones around the Ring of Fire. Mainly associated with from Japan down to Australia, New Zealand, and the other side from Alaska down to Mexico and South America. No, down to Chile. And he shows you that there's swarms of 5.0s. There were actually 4.0s for a long time, and he was able to even track. This is Dutch Since that does this, DUCHSINCE, which I recommend people getting familiar with if they want to see some of these patterns, which now I've been following him for years, and so I don't watch him very often anymore, unless he puts a headline in his post that kind of perks my ears up a little bit. But the loss of mind is well, we all, I think, have potential for experience with that. And I've lost next level of mind that I had. I've been tempted by things that I wasn't tempted with before. So I lost some mind that I had gained before as well. I guess I said it twice now. And I also became more susceptible to certain influences. Like I never had an ego influence before. join the classroom, but I didn't have much of a time span to develop an ego by the age of 24 because, I didn't show that at a young age. To the contrary, I was never into anything. There was nothing that I excelled at, I did some things okay. I did things well. I mean, they said I had a high IQ because I tested like 300 something. So my mother was like upset with me because she didn't know why I wasn't using it. But I had no interest in those history or science or English or German, language or algebra or. I mean, I did okay with algebra, but when it came to geometry, which I only took in college, I wanted nothing to do with any of it. All I was doing was eating mescaline and hanging out with my friends in West Virginia, in Beckley, West Virginia, while Kent State was happening. And I was friends with the brother of Miller, who was killed at Kent State. And he was punched in the face by a cop. And his dog was shot because he had a dog when he wasn't supposed to in the dormitory where he lived. I didn't live in the same dormitory with him. I forgot his first name. But the last name was Miller. But I remember wanting to break something when I heard about Kent State. And it wasn't because I knew him, because at the time I didn't know that his brother was one of the ones killed. But anyway, I've talked about that a little bit before. And I think you can see more about that in my blog post called Sawyer's Story. I don't know if I put much about that in there. Maybe I should go around that out a little bit. I don't know. It's not necessary, I don't think, because my story isn't. Well, I don't know. I just haven't felt like to say any more than I said in that story. There's so much more to say about Tiendo. I'd rather spend my time doing that. But the point was that now I have an ego when it comes to music. But at the same time, I've been shown by Tiendo that my ability to play instruments, I can lose it just like that. I mean, literally, I can lose it just like that. To where I can think that one moment that I'm really in tune and I'm doing some nice stuff, and then 10 minutes later, I can think, how does anybody like that? I don't like what I'm doing. It just doesn't sound right to me. So imagine if, let's say you were a musician, and everybody thought you were great, but you hated what you did. Imagine what kind of a hell that would be. I wonder if Beethoven went through that. Wasn't he the one that lost his hearing? Or never had his hearing very well? Maybe if he never had it, then he didn't know what he was missing, so it didn't matter. But I'm talking about things that I've experienced during gigs. Mostly some years ago, but pretty recently I've experienced that as well. And I remember even thinking at the time, wow, imagine if I'm doing gigs and other people are pleased by it, but I'm not. So is this my illusion? Or what if they're even just being kind? I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense because why would somebody that doesn't know me be pleased by the music I'm doing? I'm not. It just shows that I'm losing my hearing potentially. I do have problems with hearing, and it does seem to be related to my diet. If I eat more wheat, it seems to have worse clogging up of my ears and other things. And I have been eating more of that lately. So I should wake up and not do it. Because it does go away. So I'm going to move on in the chat room. Because I definitely don't want to go more than 5 hours. I'll wake up and it'll be dark. I don't like that. Oops, by the caretakers. Maybe that has to do with the retraction. Okay. I'll assume that at this point. Truth in the World says, hello, Sawyer. Glad you stream for so long. Gives me time to get here. If you just came in, though, it's I don't got much juice left. I can't seem to just talk for an hour or an hour and a half. There's just so much to go through and touch upon. New and repeatedly. With all the events that are happening. Oh yeah, I should put these screens back here. Since I didn't actually finish what I was going to do before. But since there's new folks coming in here, I didn't mean to have a blank screen this whole time. This is the screen that I started this with, which are the events that were generated in October. Some of them. There's a bunch of them. And I kind of listed them if you can read the words and these things. Like the top right corner is Sun Prominence, October 28th, which is really supposed to be 27th, 2020, with large sunspots appear after two near-miss asteroids and Red Aurora and Mars dark streak. That's just events in October that were all considered to be big and different and unusual and rare. Some of them happened in, early 1900s or whatever. I'm not saying in particular these and things right now, but. And then the other caption on the blue picture to the left, top left, says, Sun releases huge prominence and sunspots follow after two asteroids near miss to Earth and a red aurora and a dark streak on Mars. This prominence is compared to Star Trek, Doomsday Machine. Tiendo followed Star Trek Next Generation. This was from the skymedia.com on YouTube channel. So I recommend people watching that because they said at the end of it in big letters, keep looking up. And Tiendo was said in 1975 as like a little slogan, look up. Like they were like a salutation kind of thing, or at the end of saying something. I think you'll even see it in some of the, in one or more of the documents that students wrote in the Heaven's Gate book. The reason I look like I'm looking to my left all the time is because I have a screen that's to my right. And that's where I put my OBS software. And a lot of times I'm looking at that because my left screen is where the camera is, and that's to the chat room. That's a silliness that's not necessary to talk about. Truth in the World says the reality of competence. Am I competent in order to proceed? Do we even know? Do others even know? How am I compromised? How do you know if you do not know? That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. It's like you really like I could be wrong. Was an essential lesson step for many people that don't know what they don't know. I'm not saying I'm complete. I'm not saying I don't occasionally say something that, as if I know it, that I don't know. In fact, I do that. I have done that. I'm not saying how regularly I do it, but I have done that with what knowledge I have of the records, the scripture. And, the association of prophecy with Tiendo and the interpretation and translation options and references to the Old Testament and what Jesus taught and said and all that. So with that body of information, I have developed some confidence. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't change if I see a reason to change. And it's the same thing with music. If I don't like what I did, I'll try to do it different and do it better. And if somebody else tells me that I'm not on track, I'm not in tune or whatever, or that didn't really go with that song very well, because I play with other people that write songs and play other instruments, then I'll try to do a better job. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't know if I caught it exactly the way you're expressing it, but you said it well, that we're all potentially compromised on our understanding of and our abilities. Like nobody ever really masters an instrument. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's, to say never. And there's some people that really, you can't imagine that they don't know everything about a piano and can play everything that you can imagine them playing. But gosh, you could always go faster, I guess. I don't know what the limit would be, and you can always try new combinations and bring out new sounds and different modalities and, but I guess I'm taking master too literally, as if you know everything about it. You don't have to, you can be a master and not know everything about it. But Doe had this little joke that he would tell that I never got for a long time. And that was that, he said, "What's an expert?" What's an expert? And the answer is, it's a has-been drip. A has-been drip. Get it? I didn't get it. I didn't get it, but then eventually I got it as, it was after the classroom that I got it. Like after I left, some time after I left. I finally got it. Oh, a has-been drip, an expert, pert, which is like a drip, spurt, an expert. See, I didn't even say it right the first time as pert. I should have said it as spurt. I think I got it, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I still didn't get it. I could be wrong. Like TNO would say, over a number of times they said it. Well, maybe not a number of times. Maybe a couple times that I can remember, actually. We know what we know, and we know what we don't know, and we know where to go to find out what we don't know. And I believe I can say that too. But even what I know I could know more of. So, I mean, so it's all in degrees, which relates to what your comment was there. Truth in the world. And then the Shin OB dog. I know I've seen you before. I'm sorry, I took it so slow there, but nice to see you, Sawyer. Been a while for me. Yeah, that's why it took me a while to read that. I probably never really said it right. By dog. Okay, so the Shin by dog. Okay, so yeah, good to see you back again. I enjoy everybody's interface. Well, I don't enjoy everybody's. Sometimes I get pretty tested. I don't mind, debate. I don't mind, being challenged. I don't mind being tested, but do it with substance, please. Have a not just some opinion or some four-letter words or whatever that don't make any sense. Give me some reasons for why you have something to say that challenges what I say or do or against me. You might be right. Then Booster says, NXBX says, I work nights now. Always miss the live streams, but I always tune in afterwards. Been a long time since I have been privileged to watch you live, Sawyer. Much appreciation. I thought you had a night job before when you used to tune into these live streams. And then you, I guess, got a day shift or something? Or am I mixing you up with somebody else? I'm sorry, I can do that. I have I have a sense of each of you that have been, following these live streams, but, an individuality, I don't know how to describe it. But I know I can also get mixed up because I don't actually see a face and and hear your voice and if I ever had a reason opportunity to do that, like if I could do multi streaming to one site that had video and another and still do it here to where I have exposure to all the subscribers that I don't think we could fit onto one Zoom screen. I don't know if I'd have to pay for that. which would be kind of crazy anyway. You see the picture of the people watching the ball games. You just see a wall of 40 faces. I can, that's, it's got its fun to it. Heck, people are going to have their fun no matter what. One way or another, they're going to find out ways to have fun. And they need to have that fun. TNO weren't against fun. They just wanted us to have the fun that they gave us, the pleasure. I'm talking about pleasures. Because we were in their program. So, we're all still in that program, if we want to be, but the only instructions we have are in the Heaven's Gate book of what to mimic, and what to mimic, meaning not like a parrot. A parrot doesn't know what it's saying. Okay? Mimic meaning their behaviors and ways, their kindness, their flexibility, their thoroughness, their attention to detail, their desire to be considerate, their consideration of others, their tolerance of others when we can see that they're struggling with a certain form of growth that we have a little bit more under control. Our thirst for the truth and willingness to be wrong. And our genuine humility, knowing that we don't compare to our older member, but it's our task to grow into being like our older member. So therefore, the more we strive to be like our older member and think like our older members, the more we actually take on their mind and become more like them. And that can help us see more of what we need to overcome, and also have more strength to overcome those things that we need to overcome if we want to continue to grow towards membership in a graduation. That can happen anytime. What I'm saying is that the task now is to stand for Tiendo and separate from the human kingdom to whatever degree we want to and makes sense for us to, and that we can. But to stand up for them is the overriding requirement for being saved, and how that will stimulate even standing for them as the primary task of sharing Tiendo's truth with other people as it comes up in whatever ways we want to do it. Actually stimulates more of our separation from the our humanness. Because we get confronted by other people. And so then we tend to be defensive, or we can be depressed, or we can just have a yucky feeling of people not liking us. I've had those feelings. I get waves of that sometimes. Or just being depressed that I'm not doing enough, or that I'm fooling myself into thinking that I'm providing some service. And those are all positive things to go through, but they're also positive to rise above, to not judge ourselves so harshly, or to judge ourselves more harshly if we're prone to never judging ourselves very harshly. You know, it's like everything is on the table. There's nothing in the human kingdom that we don't have smidgens of benefiting from overcoming more and more. And Booster says, then you recommend almond or rice milk as an alternative? Of course, not soy milk. Right. Well, I don't know about soy milk. We didn't use it in the classroom, but I don't know if it was available very often either. So I don't have anything to say about that. It's not in the list of Transfiguration Diet book that I'm aware of. I'll look for it again. But don't put an index on this, so I can actually look for soy. Well, we use tamari. We use tamari sauce in place of sugar. No, in place of salt. We also use kelp powder, like a powdered kelp. It was called Vegisalt at the time. And we also took kelp tablets. That was all like a salt substitute. But as far as a milk substitute, we made almond milk. We made cashew milk by just adding water enough to, running it through a champion juicer with water so that, you made it into a milk, I guess. I don't think I actually made it ever. And I can't remember what we use it on. Excuse me for yawning. We probably, no, it was cashew butter we made. And it was almond butter we made. But we did make some milks. Let me see here. I'll look up milk. Nuts and seeds. Nut butters, 79. Nuts and seeds. Nothing for milk. Man, 41 and 75. So we really didn't have a use for any kind of a milk in the Transfiguration Diet, but I mean, since we did make nut butters, almond butter, I think we tried filbert butter, which is hazelnuts, and cashew, and we We had sesame seeds, so we had tahini, which is a nut, is a seed butter, and I've been using sunflower seed butter. I don't remember having that in our diet, but I don't know that that's, they didn't say anything against it. I mean, they only said that it was mushrooms and shrimp that were foods that had toxins in them that humans didn't know about yet. So we didn't have them. But so everything else is, there's no instruction not to have, almond milk or whatever kind of milks you want to make. So I used rice milk for a lot before I got Lyme's disease. And now I just use water. I don't use anything. But I don't eat cereals either because I'm not using grains very often. It's like a treat for me to have rice milk with Cheerios or something. The sweetness is, I eat so little anything. I don't eat anything sweet hardly. So for me to have anything that, like even if I have, once in a while I have coffee, especially when I go out and I'm driving back late at night, I want to just get a little perked up. I'll have a cup of coffee. I'll have it with just half and half in it, a lot of half and half. And the sweetness from that half and half, I feel like is sweet because I'm so without it. But I cheat on that too. I sometimes have one of the desserts my vehicle daughter makes. Little pieces of it sometimes, like one little tiny bite of a cookie or something. I try to keep it low because it's not good for my remaining teeth. So I don't know about soy milk. I can't say. And Booster, Truth in the World is saying to Booster, are you nuts? Do not, no, not really. Just a bad sense of humor. Do you muscle test? Well, you're not asking me. But, Doe was, I think, receptive to the idea of muscle testing. And I went to a chiropractor, and he used muscle testing on me when my sciatica flared up while we were on the road in 1994 holding meetings. And I forgot what he gave me, but maybe it worked. I don't remember anymore now. But I think there was some muscle testing done on me for the homeopathic that was prescribed for my vertigo, and he gave me 2 homeopathic remedies, and the first one didn't work, and the second one did. So I believe that there's something about that might have some value to it. But I don't know that from T and Doe's mind or not. And XVX says, Truth in the World says, I loved milk, but it turned out I was having trouble with the protein casein. I had a leaky gut, and the protein went straight through into my blood stream and to my brain. Damn bad. Wow. Yeah, I haven't used cow milk in many years. Except, no, I was using it in coffee. That's true. I did try rice milk in it, in the coffee. I never really liked it in the coffee. But other than that, I never, in the classroom, we never drink milk. Well, no, we did have cold cereals with milk. But in later years, we ended up having some cold cereals with apple juice, I think. And we did end up having milk with cream of wheat early on. And then and then we didn't have the option with different cereals. We had malto-meal, cream of wheat, oatmeal, and the sweetener was maple syrup with a little butter, or a lot of butter and no maple syrup was an option. Different options of how to use it. A lot of butter was like a tablespoon in a serving size that would be probably like 2 on the Quaker Oats container, because their servings are very small. There was a show in the 60s, NXBX says, that illustrated a Rockefeller Rothschild-like elitist in the show, and their last name was Rittenhouse as well. Oh, is that right? Huh. Yeah, that was not a... oh, yeah, okay. And Boston U says, I recall you talking about your camping experience when in the group. Those stories are intriguing. Yes, you can read those in the Sawyer Heaven's Gate, sawyerhg.wordpress.com post called Sawyer's Story, because I'm not going to try to go into them now. But yeah, there was a lot of interesting things that happened in the classroom, in those campgrounds. Kathy Southwestern just stopping in real quick to say hi and bye. Got to get ready to go drive strangers around. I hear you. Imagine playing a tape of Tea and Doe in the car while you were picking up people. I wonder what they would say. And what they would say, what was that? What is that? It could be problematic. You could lose your job probably. You need to be able to earn sticks so you can keep it separate like we did in the classroom. We kept our next level information separate from our job. But you're in a different circumstance, so it's up to you what you want to say and what not to say, and it's your own business too. So, but I know that in that business you still have to abide by certain things, because if you get bad marks from people, they report you, then you could actually lose your license to, operate under their system, right? Independence Day. I don't know if that's going to happen, that kind of a thing. Though I didn't know if we were going to see spacecrafts. But, hi and bye to Kathy Southwestern. I'm going to close out now in a minute anyway. Tiendo, do it. Ishma Deputuis. Yes, Independence Day. I don't think I've seen it yet. I should have seen it by now, right? I know I've seen the headlines of it, where the spacecrafts are killing people and stuff. Maybe I have seen it. It just didn't, maybe with my frame of mind, I just didn't tune into it. Maybe they put a bunch of next level things in it. Boston U says, would it be okay to say that Heaven's Gate was a fisher of men for the modern days when it was around, but not anymore since they're gone? Well, they're not gone. And they're still fishers of men, humans, for returning souls. Because there's a lot of souls that came back that weren't ready to graduate in the first classroom. So now we're in a second type of classroom that has no older member. So it's by ourselves in relationship to our older member, standing up for them. That is spreading what they taught so that souls can take over human vehicles to actually still graduate to their next best step towards membership in adult membership in the next level. And there's nothing to hold us back. So it's happening now. But we don't get any marks for how many people we talk to and then end up becoming believers. There's no grade in school for that. If we talk to one person or 100 people and one ends up becoming a believer, or 10 become a believer, it's beside the point. Because our job is not to is not measured by how many people believe in Tiendo through what we say. Because it's not going to work that way anyway. They might hear you say something about Tiendo that they didn't think about before, and because of that, they may go to the website to read about them from their own words instead of just believing what the media says. And and from that, they may end up becoming believers in Tiendo. And you did your task, whether they do or don't. You did your task by giving them the option, the opportunity to become a fisher of men, fisher of humans, fishing for lost souls to find vehicles to take over. So, so as long as their information is available, and we know that it's them that are talking on those videos, somebody hasn't put words in their mouth and made videos like that, which, if anybody ever sees anything like that they wonder about, let me know, and I'd like to see it so I can shoot it down. I mean, the next level might not let people. Well, I don't know. They're pretty permissive of people's free will. But if someone sees something and they see Doe saying something that they can't imagine him saying, or somebody that's pretending to be Doe, there's been several people that said that they were Doe, returned. And I could see right through them. He had, Boston News says, he had a vest with patches and had tattoos. Is that the same guy? No, Doe didn't have any tattoos. And I never saw him wear a vest. And I never saw him wear anything that had patches on it. Not patches that said, well, except the away team patch, which I don't know if Doe was wearing it on whatever he was wearing when they laid down their lives, their vehicles' lives, that is, not their true lives. The lives of the vehicles that they borrowed is the way they said it. Hey, listen, folks, I can't go any further. I'm exhausted. I can feel, I'm woozy. And I'm glad we covered a lot of things. And I guess I'll just say goodnight, which it's morning now. It's light where I am on the East Coast. So I've got to hit the sack. I'm not going to wait to see you all say goodnight. So I'll just... let's look up. Look up. That's what Tina would say.